Speaking of agency from my personal experience, and perhaps one of the proudest moments of my adult life, back in 2019, when Iowa Me Too had gained a lot of momentum, particularly across the north, we spent so many months asking ourselves, how do we take this off, the digital space? How do we push it into communities, into states? Because that's where a chunk of women within our society reside. We convened strategy meetings, and some of you that have been part of that are in this room today. We built the concept of not normal within those meetings, but to see that materialize into action across 8 different northern states, it was largely driven by very young, brilliant young women. Most of them at the time were still in university. The fire in those women for me was unmatched. It was important that we were decentralized in our form, that there was consensus. We often had to, anyone that had something to raise, we would vote, and the majority often paved the way for what we decided to do next. And even when we bore backlash, because there was quite a lot of it, we did stand firm to our best abilities. I think many of us here know what it's like to stand against the patriarchy, particularly in northern Nigeria. It is quite a task. And so today, when I see those young women thriving, I'm grateful to have witnessed their spark. And that is what the next generation needs from us. It is unrelenting support, not fragmentation, not quiet disapproval. Support, because newer ideas will always provoke resistance, so we must stay conscious of that. The younger you are, the more radical you will be, and we have to find a way to accept that as a way of life. Yesterday marked the first day of the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And we cannot deny that violence remains a feature in the lives of every Nigerian woman. Violence that is blind to class, profession, or status, and violence that keeps women out of political office. This year, we saw Senator Natasha Akoti subjected to appalling abuse, and many found themselves hesitant to stand with her publicly, especially those within the political sphere. Women publicly debated her character, but what served our collective interest was recognizing the pattern of misogyny, not the personality of the person in question. And speaking of violence, particularly in our digital society, where most of our lives are now lived, a recent study by Gatefield on online harm highlighted some harrowing data that one in three Nigerian women has faced technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And now AI, through deepfakes, impersonation, synthetic pornography, is scaling that abuse. It is unprecedented, the kind of scale of abuse that we're witnessing today. And the result is predictable, that women retreat, self-censor, and we leave public platforms that we have spent a lot of time investing in building, growing, because of the scale of abuse that I believe most of us in this room experience. And so every time a woman is pushed out of public life. Our democracy uses capacity and our credibility is hurt. So let us be clear about the scale of this crisis. Nigeria's gender inequality stands on par with some of the most ultra-conservative societies in this world. We are consistently ranked at the bottom of global indexes, competing for last place with nations where women's rights are explicitly rolled back by decree. The situation is dire. It is not a work in progress. Our situation is a state of emergency, and it demands we respond with the necessary level of urgency. To do our best to prevent harm against vulnerable groups, women must be integral to shaping public policy. If we do not fight for our rights to be at the table, the laws passed tomorrow, some already being drafted right now, will further endanger the lives and bodies of Nigerian women. And they will be drafted by these same men that have normalized a society where abuse is sometimes and sometimes rewarded. We must also be intentional about engaging women in the private sector who share our values. These women bring something to our advocacy spaces that we may often lack, and that's the operational excellence and the kind of structure and our ability to move quickly and transparently. This is important because foreign aid continues to shrink, and a lot of us here in this room are witnesses to how it has affected our programs, our advocacy, and our push for women's rights across different parts of our society. And so we will increasingly have to rely on women in the private sector. Of course, these are women with resources, networks, and values that align with ours. And this is because we have to find more creative ways to sustain our advocacy and expand the political ambitions of women who want to lead. At this moment, their partnership is not optional. It is a strategic necessity that we must find ways to pursue. One of my favorite experiences being part of the feminist coalition was watching the operational excellence being applied to political work. The efficiency and credibility of the movement transformed instantly. FEMCO worked because the women that were running it treated activism with the same rigor as they would their own businesses. And so it is important that we take some pages out of their book when we think about systems, accountability, documentation, and the clarity of our objectives.
With the 8 cable, we can go for it.
I think to speak to the theme of my keynote address, so disruption is a decision. It is a strategic decision. It is knowing the cost of speaking up, the cost of action, and doing it anyway. And comradeship, the kind that actually moves the needle, is also about accountability. It is showing up when it's inconvenient, when the backlash is loud, when staying quiet will be easier. It is finding within us the ability to refuse to retreat from public life. We find ourselves at a point in history where Nigerian women aren't really asking for entry. They are building and forging into rooms that have previously been closed to us, rooms that have been held wide open by the generations that come before us. And so to break our next layer of resistance, it won't come from individual action, but collective pressure. I believe that our generation, the younger generation, your generation, has the resolve, not because we are extraordinary, but because we're tired. And particularly at this very current condition of Nigeria, we're very exhausted, in fact. Tired of the violence that is normalized, that is excused. Tired of watching talent shrink itself to survive. What comes next depends on how willing we are to back each other publicly, consistently, and without hesitation and judgment. I would like to stop here. Of course, I'd like to acknowledge the support HVS has offered many of us through many cycles of our work. Shema, for your wisdom and mentorship. I would like to thank everyone for bearing with me through this address. And I look forward to listening and learning from each and every one of you that is going to be contributing here in the course of the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you for prayer. Disruption is a decision. We have to be intentional about disrupting. Like they always say in HPS, nothing is the only way to stay relevant. Very important. Corporate that moves the needle is about accountability. Thank you for reminding us of that career. Accountability to ourselves, to the next generation, to the generation before us, and the people we work with. We are building and forging. Thank you. Collective pressure, not individual action. So it's not a one-man game, like two co-founders. Thank you for saying that, for reminding us. And I think we're going to keep reminding ourselves throughout the day that we are doing things together. High School Musical, but this one, we're all in this. Thank you. Thank you to the people that know this song. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause for Fakria Hashim, please. Thank you, Fakria. Thank you so much. And so we are saving. I don't want to say the best for last. It's not like Fakria wasn't great. Fakria was great. But the next person on our panel is First Lady, Bisi Adeleye Fayemi. She's a feminist. Let me tell you what I know about her. I met her and I said, I know of you. You don't know me, but I know you. Because a lot of us know of her already. But I follow her work closely. And I think my biggest respect for her is her. I don't think we're going to shake. Yeah, the audacity and the stoic nature of it. She's rigid in what she believes in. She stands for what she believes in. She sees feminists. I see her. When we go for conferences, a lot of feminists come in. I stand behind because I'm so tall, so I don't like to insert myself because I just stand and watch people. But I see her. She doesn't know you. She reaches out to women. She hugs them. She said, "How are you?" She's intentional about women. And they want to be, "Oh yeah, sure, come take a picture." And she takes a picture. She's so intentional about women. And I want to say thank you for what you do. Thank you because we watch, we learn. We learn. You know, we don't come around you too much, but we learn. We understand that we have to be intentional on being kind to one another, and we have to be human about it. And I see you do it. I see you do it all the time. That's not the truth. Let me read the bio that was given to us. She's a feminist, a gender specialist, a policy advocate, leadership coach, philanthropist, and writer, etc., etc., etc. I have a few more other things there. She served as the director of Akina Mamawa Africa Annual from 1991 to 2001, when she established the African Women's Leadership Institute, which has produced well over 10,000 women leaders. I've seen a lot of their research on what they do there. She co-founded the African Women's Development Fund in 2000. That fund has helped so many women across Africa. They have lead grants to feminist projects, feminist ideas, and feminist research. Well done. Which has supported thousands of women's organizations across the continent. As First Lady of Ekiti State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2014 and 2018 to 2022. Ekiti used her platform to implement legal and policy framework for women and girls. She's currently a State Senior Research Fellow at the African Leadership Center College. There's a King's College in going on here. and his co-founder Amanda Institute for Quality and Leadership Development. In one over for Thank you very much. Thank you very much for gracious introduction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, daddies, mommies, uncles, aunties, doctors, friends, good morning to you all. And as Akira said earlier, I would like to acknowledge all protocols and courtesies that have already been extended. I would like to thank my friends at the HPS Foundation because I usually, get it wrong. It's easy for me to just say HPS, the HPS Foundation. I'd like to thank you, Sophie, for inviting me, and Ellen for getting in touch and making sure that I get here. And it's really nice to be sharing this keynote with my peer. And you are absolutely amazing. You are such a wonderful role model. And I'd like you to know that my own definition or understanding of intergenerational work is that learning and mentorship goes both ways. So thank you for those great work. Shema and your team, thank you for the research that you conducted and the findings that you shared with us. You have given us a lot of food for thought. So what I'd like to do this morning, and I'm going to try and make sure that I don't talk beyond the time I have been advocating, because I think that we are running behind time. So you did eat into our time here. I'll try and keep my own contribution short because I know we are still going to have a conversation. A lot has been said to provide context, so I'm not going to go into all that. And I think we all agree that where we are right now as a country, Nigeria, is not only when it comes to gender equality. And as someone who has worked on these issues for a long time, a really long time, I can't tell you how it feels to feel that you have taken 5 steps forward on certain issues and then 10 back. 2025 is 10 years after the Beijing conference. I attended the Beijing conference as a young woman. I believe around Fakir's age. I was around 32 at the time, or maybe it's, I think you're not 32 yet. You're exactly 32. Excellent. So I attended the Beijing conference when I was Fakir's age. Can you imagine? And at the time, as young women, of course, we were women of all generations at Beijing, but we were so excited about projecting the future that we wanted to see for women. Women having a seat at the table, women having dealt with violence, women having economic empowerment, women being able to manage their environment, having control over their lives and their bodies and their choices 8 years ago. So you can imagine my distress in 2025. Yesterday, as Fakir reminded us, was the beginning of the Global 16 Days campaign, Violence Against Women and Girls, from November 23 to December 10. And women all over the world are still going to be marching, are still going to be advocating, are still going to be doing poster campaigns online and offline around gender-based violence. Last week, I was in Johannesburg to attend one of the main conferences that was organized on the sidelines of the G20. And the women in South Africa had organized a series of activities to draw attention to femicides in the country. And so Friday last week was the day of national action by South African women. The last those of us who we are taking events in South Africa to show solidarity by wearing black and by doing a line down and the line flat. So we broke and the conference was there and we went outside all dressed in black and we lined down. And I thought to myself, you see, what's going to be lying down wearing black in the year 2025? How does this make sense? And those are the realities.
contribution, and then a short question follows. The contribution is that from the fire side, I can see that there is this, not just the fire side, in my work, I can see that there is a continuous conflict between
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Loveth Liberty. I am an artist and co-founder at Poetry Planet. My question is basically about the reception women give their fellow women, especially when we're reaching out for some sort of help or access to these spaces that we don't have a lot of. And so could it be that women are not exactly very receptive because there are limited seats, or there are like limited seats in quotes, in places of leadership? Or could it be that it's because it's a thing of more demand and few supply? When like the question she asked about retention, maybe we should be focusing more on retention than getting more women up there. So that's my question. Could it be that women are not exactly so receptive or compliant in that way of granting access to fellow women because there are really just limited resources, limited opportunities? Or could it just be that women like to be the only diva in the room? Is that what's happening? Is it a thing of limited opportunity, or we don't want to have too many divas in the room? Thank you.
Please pardon me. I'm in the midst of women. I have to give her the mic.
No, ask your question. No, Eshim gone. That's nice. That is what we are saying. We need to be respected. It's our platform. Well, thank you very much to Erelu and the other sister. I don't think I can really No, don't let me pronounce it. Don't let me spoil her name. I don't get it. So I want to comment on mentoring. I want our younger people to realize the fact that aside being a woman, or aside being aside being a woman that has, and aside being a woman with experience, first of all, as African, as Nigerian, we have our values. As a woman, we love respect. And I believe if you approach somebody for mentoring. You want knowledge transfer. You want to gain from them. And like one of our older people used to say, you want to steal from me. You know, jokingly, they will say, you want to steal from me. And actually, you want to steal from them. Because you want to, you want to take benefit of what that person has learned over the years. So if you want to do that, you have to be very patient. And aside from the fact that you want to, you want experience, you want knowledge, your mentor will still teach you skills too. Because without being humble, without humility, without patience, without resilience, I don't really think you can do this work. That is the truth. As a young people, you have to be, you have to be resilient. You have to build it. And it's a skill. Those are the kind of things that personally we pass through. Yes, we were taught, it's not free. And another thing that I wanted to direct to Erelu is the fact that we are saying our women in leadership positions are not retaining their seat. I want to say, there is lack of that support. There is lack of platform for building support for women in leadership positions presently in Nigeria. I remember during, before the issue of Senator Natasha, there was somebody, I've forgotten her name, the Honorable Minister for Women, no, not for women, for social and, and something. So when issues happen, I work with grassroots communities. Women are always interested in issues that affect women. They want to know the truth. They will call me, what is the truth? Even me, I do not know the truth. They will say somebody steal. Whether it is true or it is not true, nobody knows. And we don't have just an individual, an anchor person for women in Nigeria that you can call and say, okay, what is this? Is this true? And another thing
Can you go to your question directly?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. We do not have that platform. We do not have an anchor person that can make a call to action for women in Nigeria today. And if you have, you can let me know. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. You did not introduce yourself, your name and where you're from.
Sharifat Ali Atarafat is my name. And I'm of Iyamokpo, Center for Peace, Women and Youth Development in Ibadan. I work with grassroots communities and women. Thank you.
Please permit me to stand in respect of the achievers in the room who have been leading on this issue of gender. My name is Tommy Ubom. I work with the Gender and Diversity Secretariat, GIZ Nigeria and ECOWAS. I do have this question. From the keynote speakers, I heard this expression, forces of recreation, forces of regression. That's forces that takes this fight backward. And the speaker mentioned three very important things: deep-rooted cultural biases and patriarchal norms, poor legislation, legal and policy framework, and lack of political will. Now my question here is, having identified these forces, what can the women in the house here or others who are also fighting for this do to disrupt, which has been an expression I've had in this house, to disrupt these forces so that we can move to implementation stage, so that we don't have to come back 25 years after to gather again to start discussing this subject? That's one. Two, who? Okay, let me not say who is a feminist. The question is, can a man be a feminist? And if yes, what will be his role as a feminist? These are my two questions. Thank you.
for your interventions. And I think to Alaja's question, there was something that was said by the field officers I would like for you to address as you speak to her. We're talking about respect and values. And when the field officer talked about a mentor saying you have to clean, this is how you learn from me to be mentored. I would like to hear from you first, Erelu. If you can add that to your responses, what were your thoughts on that form of mentorship? It's not formal. Does it make sense? Because a lot of younger feminists will definitely resist that. And Alaja spoke about respect and stealing from them per their mentorship and their menteeship.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. And the question from, is it professor now or doctor? Almost there. Okay, fingers crossed. It's so good to be with you again. I've always had a soft spot for the Women's Research Documentation Center at University of Ibadan, because that is where I attended my first feminist conference when I was a postgraduate student at Obafemi Awolowo University, then University of Ife, in 1987. And Professor Bolanle Awe was, the founder of WARDOC, and she took us under her wing, and they were absolutely amazing mentors. So you asked the question around the politics of detention as well as succession. It's really difficult to retain women in politics. There's a high rate of attrition. Some of the reasons are to do with there being women and all the struggles they had to go through to get there, the hurdles they had to jump. And by the time they go through all that and face the backlash and, have to deal with all these difficulties for 4 years, they are tired. And they don't want to put themselves or their families through that again. And so they opt not to continue. But we also have cases where it's not necessarily to do with gender, it's to do with other factors, such as zoning. Many communities practice that to ensure that there's fairness in the distribution of political offices. They have an arrangement where, and this is more to do with local politics, for example, State House of Assembly and so on. They do it sometimes too with National Assembly seats. But it's to do with the fact that they want sectors from different parts of the community to have an opportunity. So if you've been the one in this position for 1 term, 2 terms, they want you to now give another community from another side of town an opportunity. But it's also a clever way to edge people out, male or female, that they don't want. And there are times when, I must admit, I have then used that same zoning to favor women. Because when my husband was about to choose a deputy governor, when he was running, we were told that I was thinking, can't you have a woman as a running mate? And the people in the party, very quickly, they told me, the deputy has been zoned to Ado Ekiti capital. I said, yeah, so we can get a woman from Ado Ekiti. And then someone said, we were thinking that since Oga is a Christian, that it would be good for him to run with a Muslim. I said, yeah, then we can get a woman who is a Muslim from Ado Ekiti. So we eventually ended up with a woman from Ado Ekiti as his deputy. Unfortunately, the late Fumiola Yinka had breast cancer. She passed away. But she was replaced by another woman as deputy governor, and she was from Ado Ekiti. So when we support women into office, when women manage to get into any position, it doesn't have to be political office, a position of leadership, there has to be an understanding amongst us as women who are part of the women's movement, however we want to define the movement, that we need to support women in leadership positions. We need to make ourselves available to provide whatever support they need. It could be research, it could be advice, it could be any range of things. It could be to help mobilize resources. But we need to be able to provide support for them so that they don't feel alone. And there's less pressure on them for them to be able to, so they get to the point where they say, I'm not doing this anymore. And then succession, of course, is about looking at the pipeline. Who can I support into this space? I'm not someone who has ever believed that there should only be one person, one powerful person at the table, one woman at the table. My Alaja Sherifat would understand this proverb because she's Yoruba. How many Yoruba speakers do we have in the room? Although I found out that the younger people, their grasp of Yoruba proverbs is very poor. That is one area where we have issues. Ojo orunte fo lai farakora. Can a young Yoruba person explain what that proverb means? And I'm sure we have the equivalent in other languages as well. What does it mean? Please clap for her. The sky is wide enough for birds enough to fly. If you're a woman who has survived, so many challenges, why do you want to be the only person at the table? Being the only diva at the table is not what makes you powerful. What makes you powerful is how many other women you open the door for. How many other women you are able to bring up the ladder before it gets kicked down. Because you won't be there forever. And then what? Your legacy goes with you. That's no legacy. There is no legacy without succession. So I think we need to remember that. Anna asked, I hope the name was Anna, asked a question about, you framed your observation in a rather interesting way, as if there's some kind of a dichotomy between the positions of Fakria and myself about young people being radical and older people being diplomatic. I don't think that's what this conversation has been about. We have a lot of young people who are very diplomatic. I don't think Fakria would have been as successful as she's been in her work without diplomacy. And for me, I would like to believe that for those who know me, they will tell you that, that Erelu, I'll just leave that woman. That's what they will say. And that's loaded when they tell you, Erelu, leave. And there's a reason why I'm called Erelu. I use the title because it is a reminder that women in my community always had power, that we always had a say, that you had to listen to what women, you had to listen to women's voices, and women provided leadership. So all those who are used to a narrative around feminism being a Western import and so on, we had Yeyobas, we had Yellow Days, and we had Erelus, who were critical players in traditional politics. And so we can be radical at any age, and we can be diplomatic at any age. I agree that there has to be a constant negotiation of which strategies work at which times, but I think we should try and avoid, because it's a very clever trap that patriarchy continues to set for us, and we continue to fall into that these dichotomies, these are the ways young people behave, and these are the ways older people behave. Right. There was a time when I'm on social media a lot. I have a website, Above Whispers, and I use it to share, to do storytelling with my Loud Whispers column and so on. And I don't get myself involved in what young people call social media fracas. But I see that as a means of economic empowerment, a lot of older women are on social media these days engaged in what for me is a form of digital violence, abuse, and epic, back and forth, and so on. And these are older women. And then if older women are doing that, why are we surprised that there are some young people who look at these mothers, some of them are grandmothers, and they think, okay, we too, it's okay for us to behave. That's inappropriate behavior for whatever age there is. Although there was a time when there was this young man, there was a photograph of me receiving a group of women who had gone to march, and they came to my office to hand over a list of demands, and I was receiving them. And this, silly fellow wrote on Twitter, "Look at her hands. Governors, they've chopped all our money. Look at her fat hands." Do you know what I did? The business that you all know, what do you think I would have done? I would just ignore. But that particular day, I don't know what came over me. I thought, no, these young people need to learn. So I responded, "These hands have raised the family, have built organizations, have built communities. What have you done with your hands?"
What have you done with your hands?
And then at least 50 to 80 young people came for this young man. He had to apologize. And then I'll answer the question about mentoring, especially in relation to Alaja Sherifat's comments about what is expected of younger people, humility, and so on. Again, as I said in my speech, intergenerational work is about mutual respect. It's about every generation bringing their own gifts to the table. No matter how many gifts you think you have as an older person, that younger person still has something to bring to the table that you can learn from. Again, I will throw another Yoruba proverb out there. "Ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹpẹ, tàgbàlagbà ò wá kéńgbé." Can I have a young Yoruba person to translate that for the rest of us? Fumi. "Ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹpẹ, tàgbàlagbà ò wá kéńgbé."
A small child's hand cannot reach the shelf, while an adult person's hand cannot enter down.
Fumi, I'm impressed. Do we understand what that means? So basically, it's about responsibilities and abilities across generations, right? So we all bring different gifts to the table. We should not expect that young people have to slave for us, have to wash our clothes, carry our bags, clean our homes before we impart wisdom. That is not mentoring. That is oppression. So if we want to fight the ways in which the systems that have been oppressing us, let us start from a place of respect. Let's have coffee. Let's have lunch. Let's have dinner. Let's go over old photographs. Let's reminisce. Let me go down memory lane, but I'm relying on you to bring me back from memory lane, because sometimes we go way back and take up more time than is necessary. But it has to be done with mutual respect. And Mr. Tony, I think you answered your own questions, because you were asking about political will, social norms, policy frameworks. We can't have effective legal and policy frameworks, especially if we have them on paper and they are not implemented, and we can't shift social norms if there is no political will. So if we are in a position to do so, let us ensure that we seek political will or advocate for political will to get all this done. That is what we were able to do in Ekiti, and I'm sure that is how it works in many other places as well. Can a man be a feminist? The first question you need to ask yourself is, do you understand what the feminist movement is about? Do you agree that we should fight against all forms of patriarchal oppression? If you agree, then you can be described as a feminist. But your primary role as a man who identifies with feminism is to talk to other men so that we can minimize the level of toxic masculinity we have in our communities.
Thank you. A round of applause for her responses, please. Thank you very much. Bakri, over to you.
One of the questions that was asked on the reception of women, I think you mentioned several options of what it is that that stops women from being received. I guess, is it scarcity of opportunity, or you mentioned a few things, and I think that's the bane of this research. I am correct, yes. So you're in for a treat. The report has, is evidence backed with all of the answers that you can explore. Is the report available?
It will be available soon.
Okay, lovely. So what does this disruption mean when you're alone? I think for different people, it means different things. We don't all have the same experiences when we set out to make a change because something we witnessed or experienced did not sit right with us. And an example that comes to my mind is the teenage young woman from Sokoto, the TikToker that was arrested because she needed to change the government's narrative about the security situation in the state. So the risks look different for different people. And so disruption looks like many different things. And I think when we start off from that point of, okay, I really want to see this change, we are faced with different risks, which also depends on our own approach, our own standing. I think personally for me, of course, like when you start out, no one knows you. You don't have the legitimacy. You haven't earned that credibility. And so you will consistently go at it alone. And you get to a point where, people start to relate because there's something about what you say or the work they've consistently seen you do that connects you both. And when we talk about community, that's really what it is. It's that you become a familiar voice that people are willing to stake their own mental health or whatever it is that they used to defend you. Unfortunately, the threat for some young women is a lot bigger than others. We can look at the case I mentioned through that rural-urban lens. We can look at things through the class lens. There are a variety of ways that disruption would look like depending on the context in which you're operating from. Ms. Sharon, speaking of, so if I understand the engagement, or I guess the email, was to sort of document, to interview and document the processes of feminist coalition. I would just assume it relates to that. So I do believe that we need to work hand in hand with academia, because no one does documentation better than our academic colleagues. And it also serves to uphold that institutional memory that lasts longer than most of us would be here. I would say that, of course, during any advocacy campaign, particularly one that goes as viral and global as the NSAS, you can imagine the intensity of emails, you're dealing while you're organizing, while you're trying to ensure that your resources are flowing in the right way they should, and you're documenting for the sake of being transparent. It's that on its own is a lot.
And so, sometimes we do miss set requests or emails, and especially after the shooting, I think most of us were traumatized, and of course that kind of made us just pull back, and there was a consensus on that, right? And it was important that even if one person wasn't afraid or felt like the next person was, and it was important that we respected that consensus, respected what everyone or a few of us may have been going through or were going through. And I hope well, I hope that was good enough as a response.
Or will you talk about it bilaterally?
I think for me, before the coalition, before Arewami to, that was like the lonely part of it. Just shouting, making noise, and almost like you're just speaking to yourself. And doing that for years, receiving the insults alone, and people laughing about how rabid you are. Of course, that the early, which is what I mentioned earlier, when you start out, it's lonely. But for me, the minute I started to see community build around me, I intentionally worked to build communities around myself. I haven't felt lonely since then. Of course, like sometimes the interactions that single you out, but just because once you have that feeling of community, and very honestly, you see people around you as as guardians of your own welfare, it stops feeling lonely. I can tell you that I haven't felt alone in that sense since Arewami 2, which came way before NSAS. And even like some other personal battles I choose to take on outside of women issues and stuff, it's supposed to feel alone, but because of the amount of support and the friendships I've built over time, it stopped feeling lonely a while ago.
Thank you. It's good to know that community has helped you stay together. So, quick final notes from the both of you. Fakria will go first, then Erelu will round it up for us. And the question for Fakria is, what do you expect from women in Erelu's generation to know about your generation? Think about it. What do you expect her generation to know about you, your generation? What do you want them to say? People like the Alajas and the women who have gone ahead. What do you want them to know that they don't know about your generation and your leadership journey? Think about it while I ask her a question. Erelu, my question is for you is this. What would you want Fakria and women like her to know about women's leadership? How do they recognize it and enter into it fully? Sometimes they don't recognize it. They just like Fakria said, sometimes we don't even know we're in leadership. We just find ourselves doing it. So I believe that if they recognize it, then they'll be able to take ownership of it fully without struggling with imposter syndrome. So what would you tell women like Fakria about women's leadership that they need to know and they need to be audacious about? So please think about it while she gives me a response. Your final notes. Now talk to her while you're saying it. Tell her.
I feel like whatever I say is probably already dose.
Your final notes. It's your final notes. We're telling her she's the point of contact to every woman in her generation.
I think so from what I've seen in myself, and
telling her.
Okay. From what I've seen in myself, like my evolution like over the past few years, and also in my friends, and a lot of people my age, a bit younger that I've had the pleasure of working with. It's that to a great degree, we really are indifferent to what like others might consider, cultural to us, traditions. We really are not. We understand the importance of culture and tradition, but we also understand. We see the ones that are harmful to us, and sometimes, and this is where we refuse to compromise. So we often are less diplomatic about just we're very condemnable about certain things, and so
You don't mean to be disrespectful when you push back.
yeah, of course it's
ultimately.
not, but it's just that there's this level of indifference that we have towards like trying to make sure, trying to keep some cultures or some traditions that, of course, there's always a good in many things, but we tend to just be about, what, if it harms us, whatever, let's burn it. So there is that side of us, and I think we're very unapologetic about it. But the younger you go, the more brazen that it is. Yeah, but I guess that's a final word.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fakria. So I know we come from different parts of the country, but I'm sure if you have conversations with certain women my age in your community, you'll find out some really interesting things. There's this narrative that we've become accustomed to, especially these days, in the digital space, about how older women, mothers, women my age and older, how we were the perfect wives and mothers, and we felt that divorce was a taboo, and we stayed through all kinds of shitty relationships. But the young women these days are so spoiled, they are so impatient, and they know the narrative. Hello.
Hi.
So my maternal grandmother passed in December 2017. And then my mother and her sisters gathered around, and they were talking about her life and so on. And they were telling me that my grandfather had 3 wives. My grandmother was the first. And they were all farmers. Well, she was a trader as well, but because, he owned a farm, they all had to work on his farm. And so my grandfather was in the habit of beating all his wives when they displeased him. He had this cane that he kept in his bedroom, a long cane that he kept specifically for the purpose of beating his errant wives, grown women with children. So one day, apparently my grandmother had had enough. So she put on he went and grabbed his cane, to proceed with his whipping as usual. So my grandmother put on her farmer's shorts. She grabbed a cane of her own, ran in front of the house, and said, "Oh yeah, you want to fight? Come and beat me," in the middle of the street, in front of our compound. Of course, my grandfather could not go out and start whipping his wife in front of all the neighbors. So he stood in front of the house, yelling abuses at her. She stood her ground, but he did not go near her. And that was the last time he beat any of his wives. I'm sharing this story because there are all these myths and lies that patriarchy has told about women's agency, which we need to reclaim. And that's where people like Dr. Sharon have a lot of work. There's this cultural anthropologist, P.C. Lloyd, who did what at the time was a groundbreaking research document on divorce amongst the Yoruba. And this was in between 1969 and 1972, thereabouts. Divorce amongst the Yoruba. And his findings were there was a high level of divorce amongst Yoruba people simply because Yoruba women were largely economically independent. And they usually only stayed in marriages because of their children. And it got to a point where they figured out that this man can't provide for me, can't provide for my children, and is a layabout and keeps bringing in other women for me to feed from the proceeds of my palm oil business or from my textiles business. I'm better off on my own. So my point is, women of my generation, we owe it to ourselves to tell the truth about what it means to have our own agency. And even when there are times when, because of religious reasons or cultural reasons, we have been conservative and we have, not done or said the things that we should do, we need to remember that the reason why we suffered, the reason why we stayed in those shitty relationships, the reason why we toiled night and day so that our daughters in particular could go to school, could go to King's College London, was not for them to go and marry some layabout who would then end up treating them the same way that we were treated our mother. That is not going to happen. And that is why there are so many young women today who are saying no. Who do you think is the one pushing them to say no? And pushing them to say no. Do you think any mother will stand in front of the family, stand up in family meetings and start saying, no, there is a code that is being passed on, that we've given you the tools that you need to survive. And we expect you to use those tools as judiciously as possible. Having said that, we also need to let your generation know that you are living in different times. You are living in times when the things that a lot of us got up to, we were young ones. My mother, if you see the mini skirts that my mother used to wear in the 1960s, hey! And her wigs were from here up, up there. The things that a lot of our mothers or we got up to back in the day, but there was no Facebook, there was no Instagram. So nobody knows. But these days, if you cough the wrong way, everybody knows about it. So if you are going to be a leader who wants to command respect, who needs to be able to build alliances and be taken seriously, just be a bit more careful. Because the world you live in these days is a bit different. And it's not about silencing, it's not about minimizing your voice, it's about just being strategic. And knowing that, the young version of you today, with all the energy and the agency you have, we still need you to be something valuable in our community 50 years from now, and not someone who has had her journey derailed because the so-called forces of regression are always waiting for you, at every point. You need to be brave. You need to basically be in the right place, as I always say. Continue to be passionate. Use your leverage. Keep being angry. I'm still angry at my age. Keep having courage and keep having energy. As I said earlier, you don't have the luxury of being tired. None of us do. Be in the right place.
Thank you very much. I noticed the young women clapping behind. They were receiving everything she was saying. Did we find value in this conversation between them? Did we find value in the fireside chat? Thank you for staying. Thank you for being patient with us as we had this conversation. A round of applause for our keynote speakers. Before you go down, we want to take a picture. Sophie and Eric, can you come up on stage? Let's have a picture with our keynote speakers. Then we go into tea break. Thank you very much. Sophie, Eric, please come up on stage. Let's do a photo with our keynote speakers. Thank you. Can I be in on the hug too? I'm so inspired. Thank you. It was did we find inspiration? Round of applause now. And we learned Yoruba proverbs today. Yeah, sure, no problem. Are we picture ready? Thank you very much. A round of applause for our speakers as they go down. Thank you so much. Well done. So, we've run out of time. We've run out of time. Luckily for us, after the intergenerational panel, we're going to lunch. Can we have a walking tea break? So you pick up your lunch, you come back as we prepare for our panel. One of our panelists has to be out in 50 minutes, so it's important that we have the conversation and take as much from her as we possibly can. Tea break time. So let's have some tea and we come back to our tables. Hi, Chris.
Once, I met a girl with lips always locked like a zipper. I asked her how she got fluent in the soundless living, and she whispered, "Say this silence is my mother tongue. I've been taught to go mum. Taught to treat my voice the way I do my hair. Talked, hidden beneath my scarf. Never to be seen outside, realizing every storyline they tell us. They're Cinderellas. If the shoes fit, then wear it. And go sit still, stay pretty, that dream. I don't want to hear it, I swear it. Become baby brides, baby moms, and mothers of stillborn dreams. But we have come to Babel, where our tied tongues come loose at the news of a new language. This language of reclamation sounds like freedom, sounds like the feet of a million Harriet fleeing the plantation. Black woman, brown woman, that woman, white woman, rising high woman, shining bright woman. You make us proud, woman. There's no doubt you are everything you think you are and more. Mother of God, pray for us. Mother of all, but no slave for us, just slave for us, sing praise for us. For everything we've healed from, for everything we've become. Hail the woman, the glory of her, the growing of her, the growing of her. Hail the woman, hail the woman, praise the woman. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sama.
Love it. I love it very much. Love it. Liberty. Also a Green Academy fellow. Green Academy. HBS, like I said, they are walking the walk and talking the talk when it comes to women's leadership, grooming women, mentorship, and everything that has to do with leadership. A round of applause for Love It again. Thank you very much. We're going to just dive right into our first panel conversation of the conference. It's an intra-generational panel. So if you will see in your agenda, you will see that we have intra-generational panel, two intergenerational panels. Very, very intentional. We wanted people to talk with themselves and at themselves, so to speak. But let's have conversations across board. And our first conversation will be an intragenerational panel. After starting with Fakria and Erelu having that intergenerational conversation, we're now having established leaders. Women who have walked the walk, talked the talk. They're going to talk with themselves, share their stories, their journey. And there are so many phenomena. Miss Ebere Agozie. I haven't received your profile, so I can't read your profile. What you will do for me, Miss Ebere, a round of applause with Miss Ebere as she goes up on stage. What you will do for me, Miss Ebere, is you will introduce yourself, give us your background, and your panelists will do the same as you welcome them. Okay, thank you very much. She's going to be moderating our panel. Very, very sound woman. Next on our panel is Miss NLB. Phenomenal woman. I saw videos of her the other time when she was doing that walk around the reserved seats bill. A round of applause as she comes up stage. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next on the panel is Adora Onyechere Sydney Jack. Miss Adora, she's a triage or whatever you call it. She's woman in media, woman in CSO, and woman in politics. She does everything, and she does it unapologetically. She's also a poet, by the way, if you guys don't know. She's a beautiful writer. A round of applause for Adora. And Adora is she's that woman that we talk about. Miss Enya, please up on stage. Adora as well. And finally, we have Miss Mary Afan. Is she in the room? I haven't met her. Oh, yeah, I met her. I met her now. A round of applause for Miss Mary. Phenomenal women talking with themselves within their generation, their leadership journeys and their leadership wins and losses. We're hoping we'll have authentic, honest conversations in the room. So, Mr. Bere, over to you. A round of applause for this panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we've had a little in the morning. And this time around, they said we are going to tell our stories. And we have so many stories. But because of time, we are going to make it short.
My name is Ebera Gozie. I work with the News Agency of Nigeria. I also have an NGO, Journalists Go Organic. It's a Pan-African initiative. And I have 2 master's degrees. And in the next, thank you. In the next, maybe 1 year, I will have my PhD done. And I mentioned it because she said I should, but when I come for meetings like this, I seldom talk about it because as a woman, your titles do not matter. What matters is what you have to offer. And especially when we are asked to talk to people about, mentorship, you need to say 1 or 2 things, because for people like us who attended schools where English language was taught in Igbo language, so it was difficult for me to speak English. And having married early, ask me why I married early. No. I saw a man, a lawyer, that speaks good English. So when he now said, I want to marry you, I didn't think about it. I was just doing I was OND. I just married him and said, Kai, with this kind of English, coming with my own background, and seeing somebody, in those days, a lawyer that could speak very well. In fact, his grammar, I didn't look at his face, I didn't look at anything. I got married. So, getting to where I am today, I don't look at titles, I don't look at challenges. But when I saw our topic today, said the glass ceiling and women's leadership in Nigeria, I also saw where they said breaking the ceiling. That means for you to break ceiling, that means there is an emergency. Something has called for it. There is need for you to act immediately. That's the only way you can break ceiling. That means you need to save life. And today we have gathered to talk to ourselves on how to break the ceiling. She mentioned it, our MC said you shatter the ceilings. If there is an emergency, you need to shatter the ceilings. And the good thing is that the ceilings we are shattering this morning is the ceiling with glass. If it's glass, it's easy to shatter. Just with a punch, you can shatter it. And when you're looking at the ceiling, at least you could see something up. Whether it's good, it's bad, or there is hope, you shatter it. So this morning, or this afternoon rather, I have people with me here who have seen it all. But thank God we are still alive, so we still have more to see. And I know them by reputation. The 3 of them, I know them by, this is my first time of meeting them one-on-one. But I know them by reputation. I've seen them on tellies. I've heard about their works and all that. So today they are going to be telling us, little by little, your story, how you were able to surmount the challenges. Of course, there are challenges everywhere. Maybe I'll start with NAOB. You have been there. You have been outside there. Just give us 2 minutes, brief history about yourself. Then we go like that. Thank you. You have your mic on.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is NAOB. I'm a Nigerian activist. I used to be the country director of Action Aid Nigeria. I'm now the executive director of NAOB Center for Development. I'm an activist. I think that's enough.
Well, of course, we know her, but let's just go round.
Yeah.
Please, ma'am.
My name is Chief Mrs. Mary Afan, MNI, and I have a title attached to my name now. I'm afraid to say it close to NAOB. I am Honorable Chief Mrs. Mary Afan. Growing in from a rural community, a farmer, and growing up to be mentored by the person sitting close to me, I became the national president of small-scale women farmers organization in Nigeria. I am the immediate past president. And presently, I am a honorable federal commissioner. So the story is long. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Adora Onyechiri Sidney Jack. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a politician. I'm a development communicator. And I'm also a mentor under the Yali West African Mentorship Network. I'm a fellow of the Public Administration Institute. And I'm a mother. I'm a writer. And I just like to live life at the fullest. Thank you.
When you see a journalist telling you that she's a politician, you better run away. I don't see how she can manage that because they will tear her apart. But she's a woman. She stood her ground. So before we go on, I'm going to ask and then all the questions that are for you because she will soon be leaving. She has another engagement. So I'm just going to face her to give us her, your own ideas before you leave. Then what we are saying today, this morning, or this afternoon rather, I'm still thinking about morning. I've been here since around 8:30. I've been around here. So what we are talking about today is the price of the only. Being the only woman on the seat. Being the only woman at the table. Have you found yourself in such situation? And if you have, how did you handle it? How were you able to manage?
First, I just want to celebrate all women today. I celebrate each and every one of you because we're in the season of 16 days of activism, and many of you have been the fighters, have been the warriors, those who have been through and trying to pull others through. I just came in this morning from Abriba, and yesterday was a commemoration of the Abriba women walk to Umuahia in 1991. Every year they are still commemorating. I'm just bringing it down to let you know that while they were dreaming about 16 days of activism, somewhere in a small land in Abia State, women decided to take a walk all the way from Abriba to Umuahia because of the violence that was going on in their community. And they refused to go back. Children were crying because they were not seeing their mothers. They were days in Umuahia until peace was restored to the community. Who was in the community? Male and female. Their children, whether men or women. I just want to put that down. I think what is on our pages is the About Women, protest in 1929. I want you to know that women are leaders of the community. Not leaders of just women, but leaders of their families. Women have always had a special space in history. Yes, you asked me if I have ever experienced being a loner. Yes, I was elected as the first female students' union president in 1989. At the University of Jos, while going into the contest, of course, I was the first female to even collect the form to say that I was going in for the contest. And many guys tried to dissuade me, to let me, one of the guys, the closest opponent, said, why don't you go and collect a VP's, form? And then we make it unopposed. That's what they're used to. And I asked him that at least the first time is that I broke the chains already. I went to collect the form. I was bold enough to pick the form. That's enough for me. And I don't have to win. He went further to say that women will not even vote for you. So I will get the votes of the men. I will get the votes of the women. And so where are you going to go? I listened to that because it's important for you to listen to your opponents. Because friends sometimes don't tell you what you need to hear. And I heard that and I said, really? He told me that there are researches to attest to that. And I said, fine. I went back in the evening, thought about it, and then I put on my radio at the Naraguta campus then, to start talking to women. At the Babylon hostel, it was Babylon then, they've changed the name now. To start talking to women, do we really hate ourselves? Because we need to look at the issue of the patriarchal subjection, of women into the system where you begin to believe that a woman cannot lead Up to the point where a woman will say, I will not support you because I don't want you to get there, one way or the other. We have been under subjugation for a long time. And so I started talking to them. I said, we want to make history. Do you want to make history? Is it true that we hate ourselves? We had to turn around to change the narratives. The narratives was changed. All women on campus started campaigning. Those who believed in the cause and don't believe in the cause, they started campaigning. And the guy did not see my brake light when I won the election. But one of the things that my mom talked about then is it not that thing that they arrest them? You know, student leaders, that they arrest them, they put them in detention. Why would you want to go and do that? You know, her own was from the side of protection. But my dad sent a simple word. He said, I know you can do it. Go ahead. Go for it. And I went for it. And what my mother said would happen actually happened. I went into detention. I'll go to prison. I'll come back. The DSS will carry me. The police will carry me and all of that, up to the point of being kidnapped. You know, I've met with the fellows here. Many of the fellows know my story. And so, one of the lonely moments was going into detention when, you know, at the 15 Awolowo Road was a popular space, you know, for the security services then. Once you get there, you know, you suffer your life. And so, I was the only female. Okay, I came in as a second democratically elected female student in Nigeria, after Najia Mohammed. There was a lady in Obafemi Awolowo University, that was University of Ife then, in 1984, Bimbo. But it was because the president, something happened to the president, she was the vice president. She became president. I just want to set that record true. And that's so being the detention center, they arrested so many student union leaders because we were fighting against the structural adjustments program then. And they took them to, you know, Inter-Center, where the guys were kept. But I was the only woman, so I was locked up in my lonely cell. And so I was there, and most of the time that I was in detention, I was alone. I think those are lonely moments. But I want to let you know that if you turn around the arm of the clock, I won't change a thing. I would like to go again, and I'll do the same thing. And so what that is saying here, you know, however, is for us to look at what are the intergenerational issues. What are the issues at that time? Unfortunately, Students' Union became a bit brutal after my time and a few others. But a lady has broken that chain after 35 years at the University of Jos when she came on board. And so there could be lonely moments, but we need to realize that we can't go it alone, that we need to mobilize. And that's one of the things that I did. Yeah.
But what kept you going? What was your inspiration? You knew you were going in there. You could have just told them, please, I don't want to again take it. But you kept on going. What was the inspiration? What gave you the mind? You have been taken to the cell, you came back, and you still continued. So what inspired you? What were you looking at in the future?
I think as an activist, it's more or less normal for you when wrongs are going wrong. You can't just sit still.
So that means, like what the other lady, the second speaker said, she said, when you are younger, you know, you behave irrational. There's a way you think, your actions. Now that you're older, looking back, you are still in the race anyway. But are there things you will wish you had done differently when you were younger?
I think for me, in everything is focus and determination. Before I went to the university, I already had four children. I was a young person because I married early. So I became a students' union president with my 4 children. So I just want to say that being young and being talented, your talent will show. When I picked up the form for the students' union president, I picked it up as a human being. It wasn't because I was a woman. It's because I saw certain things that I could change, and I went for it. And that's why I encourage all of you, the young ones. If I could, after having 4 children, I still went on to pick up my first degree and go for second degree, third degree, and so on and so forth. What would be your excuse? You know, because somebody challenged me when I was picking up that phone. He said, we heard that you are married. You know, when you are doing your manifesto night, people want to challenge you. So somebody came and said she's married. So they thought they would use that to bring me down. And I told them, what is your quality to become a great Josite? To be a great Josite is your jam. And in those days, jam letter come to meet you at home. You don't have to go for jam, go and sweat anywhere. If you write your exams, the letters will come home. And so for me, the inspiring thing is social change, changes that you bring. I wanted to create some changes in the school, and I had the opportunity, and I created the changes. But the women of the university were with me. The women pledged their support, and they say, we are here because of us. Please hold that position very, very high.
That means for you, you never experienced this saying that women do not support women.
No. For me, they support me. But I want to put that to rest. I have been fired before by a woman, for overperformance. And I have been fired by a man for overperformance. What have I chosen is that I have chosen, you have to choose and break that cycle. That any woman across me, women have no tribe. Our tribe is humanity. Because when they are talking of tribes, I'm from Benue, I'm married to an Anambra man. You are from somewhere, Nike is from somewhere. And that's how we try. You can go to England or you go to China, you say, I've found a husband. So your tribe is humanity. And what we're talking about here is not being alone to support others. I have chosen to support all women on my path. Will you take a choice, or you are still hating somebody? If you are hating somebody today, you are wasting your time. Because our generation, there are so many things within our generation. When you talk about now that I'm older, I used to go for protests there. I'm still going for protests. Every day I still go for protests, almost every day. They end bad governance protests in Abuja, but some of them are still, wherever we have wastages, we still have people who are good. I need to tell you some things quickly because I came in today, I flew in because I wanted to be here at the meeting, but I have another meeting at 2 o'clock. I want to just give you some insights of what is going on exactly now on women representation, since we are talking of reflections. One of it is that right now we have a bill before the National Assembly. And that bill before the National Assembly, is about additional seats for women. We call it Special Seats Bill, HB 1349. And that bill is saying there should be additional 37 seats at the House of Assembly for women only to contest. Because as you know, in the House of, the House of Representatives, you have 360 members, only 16 are women. In the Senate, you have 109, only 4 are women. And in all of the, in the houses of assembly, you have, 14 houses of assembly out of the 36 without a single woman. And they have women committees deciding on women's issues. And in Nigeria, what the bill is about is additional 37 seats in the House of Representatives. We had wanted 37 seats at the Senate, but at the harmonization, meeting for the Constitution Committee of both houses, they brought it down, that of the Senate, to 6, 1 per geopolitical zone. We don't know how they are going to realize that. It's 1 per geopolitical zone. I was sitting there in the House and I saw that happen, but what happened was they said 37 in the House of Representatives, 37 in the Senate, and the Senate people, somebody moved the motion. Though they said those in support say I was loud. And the nay were few. Before they dropped the gavel, a gentleman said no. He said, if Senate will take 37, then let the House of Representatives take 3 per state. That will be, instead of 1 per state, it will now be 3, so that they have it, because you can't have it on equal percentage. And that became an argument. And once that brought down, I could see clearly too, that in terms of, it means you are taking a block to the Senate, and you are not taking a block to the House of Representatives. That became a huge, one argument, and somebody moved the motion and said 1 per geopolitical zone. That's what we have, but as we are meeting here now, there is a meeting going on, whether they are going to make it more, because the 6 is almost, it's just a token. and all of that. So I'm just letting you know that this is what is happening now. We were given a gender desk at the National Assembly as the House of Representatives. We are keeping a desk there, you know, and also at the Senate. I don't know what has happened this week, but a lot is going on, and women have never had it this good in terms of they have the parliament embracing women's issues. They've celebrated women in International Women's Days and all of that. And so what this bill is also saying is that in every House of Assembly, let there be additional 3 seats for women to contest for. We didn't take it down to the ward levels and all of that. I think we need to talk about the Women Agency, building the Women Agency. And what we are talking about is you need to support any woman that is on your path. If you cannot be a voter, you talk. My sister Erelu talked about the women who opened their wrappers. I was one of those. My mother just rushed into the hospital before she could join the queue. I came down. And so women opened their wrappers so that they can clear. And so I was delivered in an open space. But women supporting my mother, you know, supporting their own before the nurses came and took me from the ground and all of that. And so what we are saying is if you don't support another, where do we go from here? If you are not a voter, women, there are not many women in political parties. So even the positions that we are talking about, who is going to go out for it? Because these positions are to be contested by women, and I'm happy that the women, you know, national women leaders in the political parties, some of the representation is here as well. And so that's where the bill is standing there. We are hoping, you know, what we are being told is that there is going to be a voting on the 9th or the 10th. And after that voting, if it's a yes vote, it means we are now going to go to the Houses of Assembly, and we need 24 states before we can move forward. And that's where we are, and then the constitution can be changed for women. So I want to say that we need to look at the issue of mobilization of women into political parties.
Okay, sorry, before you go to that, let me just come in.
Okay.
Do you think that women are doing enough? We are using our power as women. Coming from one of the holy books, you could see Sarah. Sarah didn't carry up arms, but she was able to change Daddy Abraham to do what she wanted. Same thing with Delilah. Delilah used her power, that's women's power. Only God knows how she must have persuaded the man to tell her the secret. Those men there, they have wives. And those men there, they treat, some of them don't slap their wives, but we have seen others who beat their wives openly. We have seen people too, like as we are speaking, we still hear one of them dragging the wife online. But then, don't you think that we are not doing that much, talking to our husbands in the secret, so that when these things come to the open, we will be able to win their votes?
A vote for a woman is a vote for humanity. And so we need to also move from the begging position. We appeal. We can advocate. You know, somebody was talking, you know, we were talking later and they were talking about radicalism and diplomacy. If you're a radical, you don't need to say it. People will know. In stages of advocacy, there are series of stages in advocacy. You start by talking to people. You start by talking. And that's what we did. You know, that's what we are doing now because there is room for dialogue. We are dialoguing. We are talking to the wives of the representatives, wives of senators. We are having meetings with them. The speaker's wife is there. But it's even, you know, in the 9th assembly, it was a woman who moved the motion, who moved the bill. It was Nkiruka, Onyegocha, Honorable Nkiruka, that moved the bill. In the 10th assembly, it's a man that moved the bill. In the Senate, it's Senator Mungunu that moved the bill. And so we are having the speaker all for the bill and the deputy speaker all for the bill. We are having the men really in the struggle. When you say women, we have been in the assembly since last week. You know, daily keeping the table, and I can tell you that is overwhelming because we are then faced with speaking directly with the voters. And they are asking us questions and we are giving them information. Some people will come to you before, you know, they don't believe in it. Last night we were with the Bere Ifendo and the Felicia Onibo, we were at the office of the speaker in Umwa here. Office of the speaker around 7 p.m. to have a meeting with him prior to, you know, these meetings with young women in politics. You know, a lot of young ones are also being mobilized. So when we are talking about women not doing much. There is a lot that women are doing. I want to acknowledge that the women are doing a lot. We are maintaining that. Do we have to convince people to be human? That's what we're doing. Because women, you need to, Chibok girls, many of them are still in captivity. Do you want to be in place of their mother? And so I think we are getting to the point where women will say enough is enough. But that time will come. Maybe we're not angry enough, to come to that. But I want to just say that women helping women, building the agency is very, very important. And I talk about my sister, Madam President, seeing her from a community, a woman who has who hardly travels interstate. Because when I was in ActionAid, as a country director of ActionAid, supported women-led organizations, we worked with about 264, organizations. 189 of them was women-led only. And we prepared them, supported them to develop their leadership and all of that. One of the CSWs, that's the Commission on the Status of Women, my sister here was addressing the crowd in New York. That was a day of pride for me. What do you stand to gain? For me, the quality of a leader is in replicating leaders. I don't even see a divide between me and generations because we are moving together. And we need to continue to move together. Don't segregate yourself. We are doing a lot of mentorship. Mentorship continues to be one of the major things that we'll continue to do. And so we ask them to come on board. If you are a young woman and you are not thinking of registering in the political party, you cannot get any position. We need to be ready to do that. If you are a young woman who doesn't want to go into politics, one of the things that changed for me was a Finnish ambassador when I was living in Tanzania. A Finnish ambassador, we decided to invite her to celebrate an IWD. And she said, for Finland, we don't talk about who is there. We are talking about, when there is a woman, okay, when there is a woman, any woman, whoever she is, we vote and block for that woman. So we need to encourage each other not to be jealous. Our children are traumatized. There is no employment. Who do they hold first? Being a mother is so sad to see your children. Before they go to their father, they will hang on to you until they have no choice. And so I asked both the young and the old, Ada is my mentee as well, and to watch her grow and go into places where she's going, and watching her also, my darling sister, growing as well. It's one of the pleasures. Dorothy is here. There are a number of others that I have seen here that are my mentees. Nikki is one of those who was with us in the at the roadblock of the National Assembly in 2022. We locked down the National Assembly. So it's not about, because we have gone, dilly-dally, we have been discussing. And we are also telling them, this one that is coming, if you vote it down, we will also change our attitude towards you. But we are not fighting now. The opportunities they're giving us, we are going there to explain to them, to lobby them. Lobbying is part of it. It's a step in advocacy as well. And so we will do what it can. We were there for 4 legislative weeks in the hot sun of Abuja. Why do we have to take that? Because there is no employment. We are watching industries going down. In Nigeria, that you have 4 big refineries. They are still paying their salaries. Refineries are not functioning. Our children are home. They need jobs. These refineries can make job for millions of our children, and they are not there. So why won't we fight? So fight, and the struggle is my life. And I'll continue to do that. I'm sorry I have to leave,
yes.
Because this meeting, I had given myself to that before Ere won't allow me to rest. But I'm happy that I came to meet you all, to energize you. The young ones don't give up. This country is one of the best countries in the world. And I stand to be a Nigerian to the end. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for her as she takes her leave. He who fights and runs away. Okay, I think we should take picture with her before she leaves. Let's quickly. Photographers, can we? Sophie, where is Ere? Where is she?
I'm so sorry to disrupt you. I'm really sorry. I wish I didn't have to do this.
Another round of applause. All the best, ma'am. All right, so let's have our seats as we continue. We have very short time to leave. So Mary, I come to you. Your story, very brief.
Thank you very much. Just as I've said, I am coming in from a different perspective, and I think it is a lesson for us to learn, especially the young people in the room. All I have to say is that as a woman, you need a space. And when you get that space, what do you do with it? You don't joke with it. From a rural community, I grew up with the coming of Action-Aid Nigeria, working with our community. My first time of coming to Abuja is I was invited for a program. My first time of climbing a plane to travel is to represent the women of Africa. I was one of them from Nigeria to speak with the African Union on the issue of land rights. Because as a woman, I feel as a farmer, I need land. Land is my life. If I don't have land, I don't have life. I can remember when we were about to check in this rails that goes up, they held my hand. I fall there. When I fall, I said, no, I'm not traveling again. I'm not traveling again. They have to carry my load, hold my hand, the very first time I climbed the plane. But throughout my going there, I understand that even me, myself, I don't know myself. Because a lot of women around there in the community, they are able to do what they can do if only their capacity is built. If only they have the knowledge and the information to change their life. I took it up upon myself. Through this work, I was able to train myself and train my children. And on the process of my advocacy, I was one of the climbers in 2016. I climbed Mountain Kilimanjaro to demand for women's land rights. After climbing the mountain, we were given opportunity to address the African head of state. I spoke to them that some of these policies and custom and tradition that has pressed a woman down, she's not able to do what she can do. In my area, a woman don't inherit land. So for me, it was a very big challenge for me. I needed to change that story. And truly speaking, as I'm talking, I have 2 hectares of land registered in my name as a result of my climbing to Kilimanjaro. I have also stood behind women who fought for their land right in our community. I have spoken to traditional rulers for them to look into this issue of sharing of inheritance and women are not considered. And because of that advocacy, the traditional institution have now said, okay, in their council, they need a woman to be speaking for the women. And I was given a traditional title to represent the women in the Council of Traditional Rulers. As I'm talking today, in Nigeria, not in the state where I came from, almost all women now have access to land, even though majority of them don't control, but we have access. Through the work I do, I've been able to be nominated to attend the highest policy institute in Nigeria, that is the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU. Because the traditional rulers supported me. This woman that is always talking about policy, and policy, let her go. Let me tell you, no matter how we talk, we must be on the table where those policies are designed. You cannot decide for me in my absence. And through that, we're able to advocate for the national gender policy in agri. And that gender policy in agri changed a lot of story of smallholder women farmers in Nigeria. And about how do we access input from the federal government, from the state government? How do we even access support for economic empowerment. And this has gone a long way to empower many people. Throughout my travel, I got to meet a woman, Aisha, she's here. I met her in Zimbabwe. Please, can you raise up your hand? I was making presentation. She came to represent, she came from Villa. She said, they are doing the school feeding program. I said, we as farmers, we are supposed to be giving the food that will feed the children. But who are the ones supplying the food? This woman took it up. When she came back, she invited us. She has given us 100 slots. We shared it across. Now, women farmers are going to be supplying the food that will be feeding the school feeding programs once it commences.
Okay.
Lastly, lastly, I want to tell you how I reached where I am now. You need to make sure that you walk the talk. Whatever thing you are doing, you stand strong. Because of what I do, there was a transition in government from the work I was doing, so there were crashes. They say when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffered. So I became the grass. And when the person that was living looked at it, this woman have worked so much. She has made sure that women are considered in all aspects of life. We don't allow her to suffer in the ground. So I was nominated as a federal commissioner. A federal commissioner where National Population Commission. What do I do with that space? Immediately I reached there, I said, we need data. We've been struggling on how to get data. And this is a commission that their work is solely data generation. So I decided to say, I want to update the database of all the women farmers in Nigeria. And that is what we are currently doing. Thank you so much.
Okay, coming down to what we have today, have you ever been alone on that seat with men around you? The only female among the men where decisions are taken?
Yeah, in the traditional council, there are only men. There's no female there. I'm the only woman there. But when they are taking decision, they must ask me, Chief, are you comfortable with this decision? And I will tell them, sometimes I give them outright answer. Sometimes I will tell them, I'm going to meet with my women and I will get back to you. And any advice I give them, they consider it as very, very important, because through my work, we've been able to empower a lot of women within the community. The commission where I am now, we are only 4 women out of 37 commissioners. But just because of my, my work and my experience, what I've been doing, the 4 of us are always shining. No decision is taken without our input.
No challenges? No
actually,
insults?
The challenges, I think, sometimes challenges help you to stand strong. As a woman, sometimes when you begin to think, I won't talk because I'm a woman, I have passed that stage. When I climbed Mountain Kilimanjaro and I came down, I have passed that stage. Because if you say I'm a woman, I don't know what you have that I don't have. As you're a man, you have 2 hair, 1 head, 2 eyes, 2 legs, 2 hands. I have
There's
it also.
something they have that you don't have.
So there's something they have that I don't have. And there's something also I have which they don't have. Yeah.
Let's make it clear.
The stomach I have carries many things. And the stomach I have nurtured many things. The men themselves understand their weaknesses. And that is why they don't want to open space for us. But when you get opportunity, please grab it. And we must struggle to be on the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Let me go to Adora. Adora, a little bit of yourself, then before we go to the main issue for today.
All right, thank you so much. First of all, it's an honor to sit with you. I've learned so much listening to you. So just a bit of a backstory. First of all, my mom is my biggest mentor. All that I am today encapsulates the things that I've learned from my mother. She was my biggest example as a politician. She was 2-time commissioner for women affairs. She ran for Senate. And she played a critical role in our community, and she's still doing that. And watching my mom grow up, I said to myself, how can one woman be everything? But I understood that from the very first time I tried to speak to my mom said to me, never be apologetic for your convictions, but always be responsible for your actions. So that means that as your gut feeling is there and you pray about it and you know that this is an essential path that you're treading, go for it, but also remember that there are responsibilities that you have and that you owe to others. And that has guided my principles in life. And going through that and, coming through childhood and becoming a young girl, one of the things I wanted to be was, one, a professional cricketer or, a politician. I played cricket to the national level when I was in school. But, my dad said, I didn't send you to school to play cricket, so you better go and, go and focus on your studies. So that's the story for another day. Now, coming back home, one of the things I also saw was the fact that there was a lot of conversations about women, but there was not a lot of women on the table to make those decisions and shape those ideals. And, I also understood that it's a man's world, literally, but the women are the ones who actually create the opportunities for those decisions to take place. And it starts from the home, The father is seen as the head of the home, but the mom also, most importantly, takes responsibilities for the outcomes of the decisions that come from the head of the home. So at the end of the day, she's either chaperoning or gatekeeping or helping to manage outcomes or effects. And bringing it down to my personal life, I will start from my political journey. Perhaps that's the easiest place. When I wanted to go into politics, I didn't just go into politics. I had, my mom, I had two of my mentors, Esther Zoma late, I had Ezenwa, I had, people that had sat with me and said, we know you want to serve, we know we see the energy, but politics in Nigeria is not as easy as you think it is. And so the first conversation was that you need to understand the workability of the political structure within political parties. And so I got registered into Action Alliance and became the first BOT female chair. And becoming the first BOT female chair of Action Alliance taught me how to work with the NWC, taught me how to shape decisions, and also taught me that one of the biggest roles a party can have is to amplify their mandate manifestos and visions. If you do not articulate the messaging of the party, the conversation of the party when it comes to elections is often lost on the people who are going to vote, because it is the party they know and the ones that they interpret their visions that they can work with. And so that was my first walk-in. And before then, after that, I was now saying, okay, fine, I'm ready to serve. They said, no, you will go back to the community. You will go and know the people. So you would have to make an intentional effort to go back to the village to be able to. And I'm like, God, how am I going to do that? I'm going to leave this beautiful job and, just carry. I said, yes, that is the understanding of wanting to serve. And so I left my job a year to 6 months and went back to the community and started to understand the local government levels, house to house, integrate, and with the help of my mom and my uncles, of course. But what it taught me when I got to the village was that there was a huge gap between the leadership and the led. The demand of those in the community and the conversations happening at the center was far divided. And so you're talking about, you want to, shape education, but there is no running, there's no water, there's no access to water at the community. There are communities that have never had electricity since the communities were designed. So the conversation on bridging the gap became my first conversation. And so I started to integrate. And also the second assignment was, I was running under a small party. How am I going to educate on this particular small party? But then I realized that the women who were in the community were one of the strongest advocates of women in leadership, perhaps colloquially and in a domesticated way. What I understood was that from the church network to the market systems to even the ones that have beer parlors, the ones that do bookers by the side, they had clusters of leadership circles that were so formidable that without access to those women, you are as good as a loner in politics. And so that was the breaking of the cycle. And from there, we started to charge and to get women registered into the party. And as we got on, when elections came, it now happened that the party that was not, the APC had a candidate who perhaps did not have the correct registration mechanisms that were done at that time. So he had an opportunity to choose another party. Unfortunately, he was coming from a family where the government of the day was related to him and the incumbent governor. So he joined our party. So from a minor party, we became the party to beat. However, what was striking was, because I had already integrated at that party level, there was a strong consideration of our negotiations, especially as a woman. And, I said, we have come this far and we don't have a lot of women on the ballot. Can we at least look at giving women 45%, which is on the party manifesto? And that is how conversations on creating spaces for women at the party started. We went to the election, and I can tell you that running elections at the center may be easy, but go and run elections in the villages is one of the toughest things. Because one, you have it's not just about patriarchy, it's about traditional patriarchy. And this is different.
Yes, so I was going to come to that. Sometimes being the woman, being the only person on that seat, it gives you a kind of goose pimples. Sometimes you begin to change who you are because you need to adapt to what is on ground. So how did you navigate going to the village? Where are you from?
I'm from Okigwe local government.
Okay. So how did you navigate going back there, like where I come from? You're just a woman. They said a woman that bends down to wee-wee. That has given you that name, that there are things men do that you do not do. You can't try it. Mm-hmm. So how did you come out of all this and you speak and they listen to you? There are some things you say, they say, oh, women are not supposed to sit down, just go and sit down. And again, some of their meetings, sometimes they have night meetings, midnight meetings. And you go for their meetings and no labeling, nobody tagged you, nobody gave you a name.
Okay, so first of all, there's something they say in Igbo, igemeru mala, meaning that you will calm down, right? You will build the patience of 7 people. And it wasn't that easy because, one, I was young. 2, for that particular position at the state assembly level, I was the first female to attempt. It's considered that it's a man's role to run for state assembly in my local government because they feel like they are the closest to the people. So you have more men at that level negotiating. So you cannot be negotiating with a woman. So it was first of all taboo to actually want to attempt to run for that particular position. Then secondly, I was the only female in the people that were running. So double jeopardy. And for me, I knew that coming from where I was coming from, there was no how I was going to penetrate without agency.
Okay, sorry, let me add to that question. Yes, hold on. That's why I said let me add to that question. Were you sexually harassed? Being the only female among male, yeah. Were you sexually harassed?
Okay, first of all, you wouldn't even dare that. One, I had an agent. That's what I was coming to you. I had an agency. There were subtle innuendos. People will shoot their shot. But, when you see my mom and see me, you dare not try. My mom was a tsunami. And I would say that progressively. And then I had uncles who were also gatekeeping. So I didn't go blindly. The conversations on night meeting, the conversations on who to speak to, the consultations that happened would only happen with people and counsel of people that are also going ahead of you. There were specific meetings that I would have thought that I wanted to go for, but the counsel would be that this is not beneficial and it is dangerous. Do not go here. There are expectations of conversations that you would have, but you will say the leader of the Umunna to go on your behalf. You will consult with the Umunna. You will consult with the elders' council. So you cannot be an isolation when you're thinking about politics at the local. So, and again, it is also, when you talk about sexual harassment, you have to also understand that the conversation on sexual harassment is both ways. And it may not just be physical. It could also be emotional. It could also be online. It could also be on WhatsApp groups. And for me, what I also saw was genuine sisterhood. More than just the aesthetic, oh, I'm supporting you. I understood what genuine sisterhood was during that time of election. There are people that will come to you and say, oh, I'm working with you by day, by night. They are in the other party meeting and giving feedback. So you actually have to be able to filter. And then secondly, I understood that working with older women at the local level, I saw that a lot of the older women were path breakers, not necessarily builders. They were path breakers. So they challenged the system, they broke paths. But then in terms of, leadership succession, you had to make sure that you were available emotionally to also underscore their own emotions and the path and places where they were coming from.
Okay, so
as
you
a
were
young person, as a young person getting into that field, I leaned a lot on the agency of not just family, but even the local networks who had experience. And I can tell you that what it has done is that even in 2023, when younger girls wanted to run, they also leveraged using that system. So what I'm saying is that when you're thinking about leadership, for instance, in my case, in politics, you have to understand where is the plan and where is the outcome. And when you're thinking plan, you're also thinking about agency, and it's very important.
Okay, let me go back to Mary. And you started from the grassroots. You have coordinated women. Have they ever... Okay, you can use mine. I think it's... Please, let's change this. Okay, you've coordinated women. You have coordinated women. And at that rural level, have you seen any disappointment? Have you felt it? The people you were fighting for, fighting against you as a woman, supporting others to drag you down. Like what happened to, what's the name of this lady that wanted to become the deputy governor? Senator in Anambra, this election. Ekunife, Senator Ekunife. It was the wife of the governor that went online to tell people that she had children out of wedlock, that her children were bastards, that she should go and do a DNA test. This is a woman, talking to another woman in that dimension. Have you ever experienced such a thing? Somebody you trusted as a woman, somebody that's supposed to watch your back, betraying you?
In the community, that is why I said there's a lot to be done in the community level, because there's lack of information, lack of ideas. I was also there before my capacity was built. Now, when I started talking about issue of land inheritance, I had a very, very stiff opposition from my fellow women, even within the community, because some of these women said, you are bringing in something that our husbands will send us away from our houses. To the extent that there was a time, the traditional rulers, we call a meeting, to do advocacy and create awareness. The women that came around, the traditional rulers asked them, what this woman is saying, is that what the people are talking to your husbands, that you want to be part, your female daughter should share inheritance with your male sons? They said no, they don't want it. They don't need land. For what? They have lands in their husband's house. So what do they need land for? But I know that the reason why women are not empowered is because we lack economic resources. And in the rural community, land is life. As a woman, when you farm in your husband's house, land, it is a family land. He takes decision on what to do with the crops that they do. You as a woman, you don't have anything to say about it. As a woman, I have only one daughter. I said, if my husband will share inheritance, he should share it to all my 4 children, not only the 3 that are male. That one also developed a problem between me and my husband. And people were now telling him, you allow this woman to go and open her eyes. She's coming to scatter our custom and tradition. And that one made other men not to even allow their women to come for a community meeting. Anytime we meet, this woman will go and turn your head upside down and you come and be disrespecting us. But thank God, now majority of them are coming to understand, and they are now agreeing with me. When I got resistance from the women, I went to the traditional rulers. I invited people, they spoke to them, and they also noticed that even the male that they are sharing the inheritance to them, they will go and sell it. When there is problem in the family, it is the woman that will come and solve the problem. We said if that is the case, nobody should call us since we are not part of the inheritance. And it really changed a lot of things.
Okay, so that's another thing coming to mentorship. It made that mentorship very difficult. You couldn't mentor these women because already at the back of their head, they have this idea that, they didn't want to open their eyes. Because if they open their eyes, they are coming back to disobey their husbands. How do you feel frustrated trying to mentor somebody to see the light of the day and the person is the one fighting you? How were you able to, you've told us how you were able to bring them, first of all, but how did you come out of it? Then you began to talk to them about the necessary things.
So what actually helped me is I had an intervention from Heinrich Boell Foundation that built the capacity of our women on how to use the pesticide in the farm, how to produce safe food. And in that training, I invited the traditional rulers. They attended the training. After they left, we also have an organization that we spoke to them that they need to reduce the labor the women spend in the farm by providing labor-saving equipment like power tillers. And I was able to supply these power tillers to the women across Nigeria. And the men noticed that this thing that this woman is doing is not only about making women to disrespect her, it's also bringing support for them because it actually helped the woman to reduce her time she spent in the farm to come and also do some household activity which she does in the house to also support the women. And we have all other women also that were supported with resources to increase their marketing. And what I tell the women is that you must make sure that your husband sees what you are doing. At least tell him I'm paying the school fees of one of your child this time around so that he will know the benefit of a woman being empowered. And at a certain point in time, the men themselves said the reason why they don't want the women to be empowered, if they know, they will carry the leadership of the house and they will be the one to lead.
Okay,
but
so
truly speaking, it was really
sorry,
a very
let me cut you
serious
short
one.
there and come to Adora. I love So I laugh when women talk that way. Coming to you now. But before then, we had a program in the north. It was breastfeeding and breast cancer screening and all that. So we had spoken with the chief and he agreed to mobilize women. When they brought women for us to talk to and all that, the women didn't open up. They didn't say anything. Why? Because their husband told them, if you go there, don't say anything about your life. Don't say anything about your breast or breastfeeding and all that. These women came and they couldn't talk. We had to go back to the man and say, okay, these are the things we got. Can you bring your people to us, the men, so that we'll speak to the men? We now spoke to these men, and the men now said, okay, they can go ahead. That was when the women started opening up. And you feel frustrated. We were like, you traveled from here to Sokoto and somebody is telling you, no, we can't talk again. And we had already planned it. And these women are the ones suffering. They are the ones putting food on the table. They are the ones doing practically everything. But because the society has already made it that this is the way it should be, they are not talking. And for you that is working, I left banking job in 1999 because I couldn't cope. I had the first child and the second child, and I was struggling. I'll go to work late. I'll wake up early. I'll go to work. Sometimes I'm sleeping. So to me, I was the one that resigned. So how do you think these men can stop being gatekeepers? Because when we talk about other women being gatekeepers, they are not the gatekeepers. The men are the gatekeepers. Psychologically, you think you're the gate. No, you're not. It's the man. Because I was doing it, how is it that I will just be working? The man wakes up in the morning, he goes to work. The woman wakes up on the morning, she goes to work. And that was how I resigned. So how were you able to, some of these things in your head, you're fighting emotionally, you're fighting psychologically, and you still want to be a woman. How has it been for you?
Well, it's still a daily journey. It's not a journey to get to a note of finality. It's a process, and it's something you approach with emotional intelligence. You talked about Sokoto. There are different other parts of, the country. For me, I feel that, again, it comes down to culture, tradition, and maybe I'll put heritage, okay? Culture is an agent of socialization, and then also tradition is the baby of heritage, because people inherit, tradition decades after decades, and it's passed down from one family to the other. And what I understand is that you cannot just come and disrupt something that has shaped, defined, and created a pattern of social safety for a particular community without, first of all, looking at the journey and how to disrupt it from the roots. And so to create that disruption, you first of all have to engage where is the conversation starting from? Who are the ones building the circle of enablers? How do you define, those circles and how it affects the first, third person? And so you're talking about women, you're talking about children, you're talking about youths. In a traditional setting, the nani is the head of everything, not just the family. It is a fulcrum of respect. It is honorable. It is sensed as a privilege. And so to fall out of line and to go out of order would mean that you were not doing anything within that conscription. So how do you break that cycle? First of all, is to engage the engager. And you have to engage them from their social spaces. Their social spaces can be from the church, it can be from their peer groups, it can be from, the marketplace. It has to come from a place where they have collective agency of agreement. Because at the end of the day, these men talk to themselves and they unanimously agree on a decision. If you go to House A, the decision that he will make is not far from what House B will tell you. Because at night they have formed a quorum. And by morning you're coming to discuss. The decision has already been made by midnight. So you need to find how to disrupt that pattern by engaging the engager. Then secondly, it's a continuous effort. Because when you're talking about gatekeepers of patriarchy, there are also gatekeepers of youth. Gatekeepers have different, dimensions. But what is gatekeeping? Is it progressive? Is it negative? That is the understanding that I get. I often say that a person, when she talked about, people working against her, women working against each other, it's true, but it's not a norm. That's the difference. When people say it doesn't happen, yes, it does happen. But is it normalized? It is not normalized. It is not something we consider normal. Because like we say, there is an agency that actually creates that conversation to happen. So if a person wants to build and goes alone, it can build well. But if a person wants to build and collaborate, the person builds better because the outcomes are greater. So at the end of the day, you still have to go back to creating alignment from discussing these things with the enablers before they come to that conversation with the women.
Okay, thank you so much. If you allow, my panelists will continue to talk. I know we have so many questions bugging our minds. We have so many contributions. Do we have, if you need to give us contributions, you need questions, your own contribution. When it comes to women and their households, it's usually a very, very sensitive issue that some people might take offense, but we are doing it for the good of all of us. Questions, contributions? Yes, 1, 2. We have just 2, 3. Can we just take the 3? Please, somebody should help us with the microphones. These ones are not working.
Thank you. Good day, everybody. I'm Dorothy Njemanze. I just wanted to say that gatekeeping is not in itself negative. Gatekeeping recognizes the power that people have and the opportunities they have to stifle or to make or mar experiences for others. So a gatekeeper is somebody that is influential. The question then is, what is the quality of the gatekeeper you are? By virtue of being a father, people just get to be able to make decisions in your life. By virtue of being your mother, people are opportuned to be in close proximity to you and can make decisions that affect you. By virtue of being your leader of faith, your leader of culture, the person that leads the street association, the association on the streets, because in some places every house on the streets is in a group, or the admin person on your WhatsApp group. You know, by virtue of being in certain places, we are gatekeepers. But what is the quality of gatekeeping you do? That's why we train people to be active bystanders. And so fora like this are building the capacity of everybody here to be better active bystanders, because everybody who has made it into this room is a gatekeeper of some sort and, you know, knows other gatekeepers. Thank you.
Do you want to answer, have all the questions come, then respond to everything
No,
I want?
she just gave
A comment.
contribution.
Okay, does
not,
anybody have anything to say? Okay, Alaja Sharifa has something to say.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to our speakers and to our sister at the middle. Your story, you really inspire me, and I want to say well done. I just want to add that, you know, that development actually starts from the grassroots. We all know growth and starts, you know, it's always from bottom to the top. And, you know, and we are able to, and I believe and I know that people will follow you, people will respect or listen to you when you communicate benefits. You know, it's not only about, you know, just talking and talking and talking, but with real, you know, with, like you said, with continuous education, continuous awareness, and creation and identifying people that are very relevant in the communities, and you have benefits. When women, even men, when people see benefits, that will motivate them to listen. And to my sister on the right, my politician sister. So I want to greet you too. And I learned one big thing from you. And maybe that is what I'm going to do too. Because I want to, although I'm a card-carrying member of a political party, but maybe I'm going to start all over. To go and join maybe a young or a new political party, because you are able to, you know, to impact. You are able to make that changes, you know, to have that impact, because you have an opportunity to penetrate, you know, as a member of BOT. And I'm so sure you are able to do that because the party is new. I know it may not be easy for somebody to say you want to be a BOT, a member of BOT of APC or PDP. You know, that may not be very easy. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yenny, and my question is, young people do not engage so much in politics due to a lot of reasons, and one of them is the fact that there's a quote going around that politics is a dirty game. And now, being a woman who has heard over time about the narrative of politics being a dirty game, and you have to really be a strong woman to be in politics, my question is, what systems can the home, which I believe is the smallest unit of the society, have in fueling this interest? Because from the home, there is no form of system of fueling the interest of you being in politics, not to talk of you being as a woman or as a girl in politics. So if there's a home where a woman is telling her daughter, where a mother is telling her daughter, you know, you can do this, what's the system, as just not for the society in general, but in the home? Because I think it can start in the family. So thank you.
Just go on.
All right, thank you so much for that question. So, excuse me, Adora, we have one more contribution, then we just answer everything, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'll do that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Oluwakemi Ololade. I'm the Strategic Engagement Advisor, Presidential Committee on Economic and Financial Inclusion via Office of the Vice President. And I'm seconded as the Technical Advisor to the National Program Manager on Renewed Hope, National Homegrown School Feeding Program. Now, I want to applaud the organizers for this. I was appalled by listening to what's been going on. I'd like to encourage fellow women here, please, because I've heard a lot that maybe women in certain things are hard to reach. I learned my lessons based on what other women in power did to me. I wasn't mentored. Rather, you had shabby treatments from women in power. And I listened to her, a farmer, an uneducated person, and could rise from that grassroots up. And I picked interest. I met Constance and all of that. And I said, you know what, I'll bring you to meet with Mr. Vice President. And they did meet with him. And we're like, oh, you could bring us. And I said, what's there? You know, what's the big deal? If God has put me in a position to help out, is anything wrong? I'm encouraging women. One of the things that could help us is collaboration. You should not be somebody that should block anyway. If there are opportunities, just like when Dr. Princess Aderemi was appointed, and I said, I met some women groups in some countries and brought them on board. They don't need to pay me, or I don't need any favor. It's something I've seen in you, whether young, your age, old, or whatever, that would add value to Nigeria, to yourself as a person, your community, and Nigeria as a whole. And then I bring you on board. And another thing, because a lot of young ones are timid, you see a whole lot of funny things, and then I unconsciously, I let them believe in themselves first. So I want to encourage women here, irrespective of the position you're in, whether you are wealthy or something. You know, some people made it feel you can't enter my sitting room, coming to my car is something, all those treatment. Please, let's take it up and see the humanity, the human being first. Like this woman, it could have been me. So if you're opportune to be in a position, be humble enough, be meek, look out to make the best of anybody you see. You don't know tomorrow. Thank you very much. I never knew she's going to be a commissioner. When we met, she was not a commissioner, but today she's a federal commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, Adora, just answer
Sorry,
that question.
someone just asked, please. Okay. So, forgive me. She just has a question, and I also want to insert my question before I give it to her, please. Riding on what she said, I would like for each person on the panel, including the moderator, to speak on your mentorship journey. In the fact, what we want to learn is, how have you carried women along with each one of you? How have you carried women along with you in your leadership journey? And who are the women who have mentored you and have kept you here today? Quickly, that's my own question. So think about that.
Thank you. My name is Anna Küster, and I'm the pastor for the German-speaking church in Nigeria. And for me, it's quite interesting, but maybe I'm open another basket now, so to say. But I went to the rural area, and I think faith is a very strong power there, churches and mosques. But I also must say, I think it's a very strong, can I say, anti-feminist power? So I was really wondering, how do you perceive church or faith in the struggle, and what would you wish from what is the church community?
Mary, you started a storm. I have more hands up. So do we answer this round of questions?
Yes,
Then
so
we-
that we
I think
don't
if
run-
it's just one, you can take it.
Okay.
But if it's more than one,
The panelists are okay with us getting all the questions. So
But let's finish this one so that we don't run out. That she has been holding on since. Let her answer that question. I don't think she wrote it down. Please.
all right. So I would start with the last speaker. When you talk about anti-feminist approach, especially within the religious sect, because it's conscripted so, and it also works with this kind of civilization that has happened at the local level, at the community level. It still goes back to what somebody asked about family. How do you begin to talk about politics? How do you mentor politics within the family space? I'll first of all say that the biggest, smallest community where politics begins is in the family. Because that's where power broking starts. It goes between, begin to look at the X and the Y chromosome. Nana, go and watch football. Your dad is in the parlor. Make sure you give us the scores. Ada, follow me to the kitchen. Make sure you clean the plantains and fry them well. And so there's already an energy that, Nana, you watching football while I should be making dinner. When dinner is set, I'll call my brother and to come and eat. So that's where
let's try this one.
That's where we start to broker the power. And so you need to create a sense of inclusion in the family, whereby the boy child and the girl child are not seen to be competing against their gender, are not seen to be preferred because of their gender for particular roles or particular assignments, but are seen that from their areas of capacity, the energies are complete because one cannot do without the other. And that's the kind of messaging, that the kind of family politics we need to start to teach. Because when we do that, girls feel wholesome wanting to play football when they grow up. They feel wholesome growing up to say we want to study engineering. Boys feel wholesome to be chefs. They have a skill for cooking and they're always in the kitchen. You don't say, why are you doing that? Why are you always in the kitchen? Why are you always cooking? No, boys don't cry. So we begin to denormalize these conversations starting from the home. And I think that's where it starts. And once that starts to build, it's easier to share, ambition in a place where both the male and the female can be vulnerable enough to speak about, to share, and to engage. So the family is the first political space where we begin to talk about power broken, and so we need to actually see how we can disrupt that. Then secondly, when I think the second question for the woman who spoke about women working against her and saying that she's not fit enough to be in their parlor, I think that you would know who you are. In every conversation, in every space, know who you are, know what you're looking for, and know what your target is. I mean, I have been in spaces where I have held people's bag. I have been forgotten in meetings. I'm waiting in the meeting area 20 hours. I'm not joking. It was a lobby. And because we were lodged there, I was forgotten there. And they remembered me in the morning. But because of experience and also my commitment to the outcome on why I was even there, I sat there waiting, holding that bag. And when eventually I got an audience, I didn't have to say I was unhappy. I looked tired. I was hungry. It was enough to ask, are you okay? And even if I didn't get an apology, that are you okay is a conscious effort to say I am responsible for how you look and I'm sorry. So I may not have gotten that I'm sorry, but emotional intelligence taught me that, going through that process also shaped my ideas of what I will not do when I get the position or when I get into that space. And that's what it teaches you. It doesn't teach you to become defensive. It doesn't teach you to cut people off. It doesn't teach you not to be the best. It teaches you to be the exception. And that's why you're able to introduce her and not feel that, if you introduce her to the vice president, so she's coming to take your space, or she's going to be better than you, or if you give opportunities to people or other women, they will go and block you. What if this thing does not click again and this person prefers this person? You get that kind of conscious energy from other women because they did not know better and they did not know how to. So oftentimes, I don't blame or validate. I go through the process, but I also make an intentional effort to say I will do better when I get that position. So you know, it can hurt, trust me, and it can also break you. But by the time you get to the position where you are able to help, you are passionate about it. And I'll explain, when I finished the election, even though I didn't win, I got to become the special advisor to the then governor on information. And all my team were women. All members of my team were women because I was the only female in the team of men at the ESCO. So it was intentional to isolate me from agency. And so I felt that to be able to break that barrier, I needed to have more sisters in the room. So that was what I learned. And then going forward, I decided to step down that opportunity to younger girls in my community, and I started what I called Educate Her. And so in the past 6 years, I have been able to actually provide scholarships to young girls whom I thought did not have education, perhaps in school, but had the energy, street smartness. They were very called forward to want to serve. But what they needed to do was just go to school to create an avenue. And just in August, we flagged off what we call Young Female for Leadership Network. 1,000 girls, at least 20 from each local government in Imo State. We gathered in Rockview. And they all came with their voters because they said, we want to vote, but first, I want to be a politician. How do I be a politician? I said, first, it is for you to be able to know what you want to serve for. Politics is not about joining a political party. Politics is about service. And so you begin to mentor from there. And from that opportunity, you open them to trainings. You give them a lot of them go for speaking engagements that ab initio that I probably didn't think they could, but they have had the training and they have opportunity. So never let your experience define your journey. It should be what should inform your journey so that you can do exceedingly more than where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Mary, the question she asked us is, how have you been able to mentor people, and who are your mentors? Quickly.
Okay, as a woman leader, I think in the women's space, Women in Agric, I've been able to build my women across all the 36 states on advocacy skills. You know, as a woman, when you are looking for leadership or you are looking for a space, if you don't have the skill to knock at the door, they will send you away. And we've been able to train them how to do advocacy at the local government level and even at the state level. Let me tell you, whether we like it or not, budget is one of the tools for economic empowerment. And once you are not captured in the budget, you cannot ask for anything. They can't give you anything outside the budget. We've been told that unless you are captured in the budget, you wouldn't know what to ask for. So what we now teach the women is to engage on the budget cycle. That in this year's budget, this is what we want to see for women farmers. Not for them to decide for us, but for us to give them what they will put in the budget. And that has worked across all the 36 states, and a lot of women have been empowered. Coming across very close to me, I've also trained young women. I'm training young women on how to also go into leadership. And this political leadership she's talking about is something that we need to make sure that we are there on the table, because that is where the policies are being formulated. No matter how strong and you try, you cannot influence policy unless when you are on the table of influencing the policies. So I'm also training women on how they can also work very close to political women leaders to be mentored. In my local government now, I have a woman that we are supporting to contest for chairmanship in our local government. We also have a woman contesting for House of Assembly in my local government. Me, as I'm sitting down here, I was a ministerial nominee. One day you will hear that Mary, as a farmer, has become a minister.
Yes.
And if I reach to that level, I know where I'm coming from. And I know the people I must touch their life. People that are into the affairs of leadership, they are performing very wrongly because they don't understand what is happening. If they have the experience, as we are seated down here, the small they have, they will empower many. And that is the space I'm looking for. Even with this little space, I'm empowering a lot of people. I have sent women to school from, after secondary school. I have sent about 15 women that I paid them with my money, and they have graduated. They are now teachers. I'm paying school fees for orphans, women, in my local government. All the orphans within the secondary school, I pay their school fees. And I pray that God will help me to sustain that. It is my heart desire. When you find a woman in leadership, please go to sleep. She will do everything to make sure that the systems work. And we should not be intimidated by what the men will tell us. If they tell you you are a harlot, you are following political men, you sleep with men now, not woman with woman. If a woman is a harlot, a man is also a harlot. Isn't it? You don't sleep with your fellow women. If you go for meetings and they will tell you what are you here when women with their husbands are, why are you leaving your wife and you are here? Are you not supposed to be with your wife? So you should have answers for every question. Okay. So they should not be intimidating us. And I'm sure one day, we will have a president, a woman in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I agree with the submissions that they have given. But I want to answer about religion and feminism. The truth of the matter is that we think humanity first before we think about our religion. If I fall down here, we have Muslims, we have Christians, we have people who do not believe in any of them. The first thing you people will do is to rush me to the hospital and make sure that I'm okay. Nobody will ask me about my religion. Nobody will ask me about whether I pray or not. So eventually this boy is the only son. So the son is always right, but the wife is wrong. So instead of boy, my son, don't do this. They say that it's your son, it's your husband that will abuse you. He's the only one that has the right to abuse you. So you see a whole manner of things, and you give somebody's shoulder to lean on. When you open your doors to people, women who are passing through a lot, what they need from you is just, oh, my sister is well. Is it food? Just come and pass the night and eat. I have a whole lot of them, the ones that are in school. I have mentors too. And I follow mentors who don't look down on people, who know that you are just human. You could make mistakes, and they will correct you in love. So, and I go towards that too. And what she said about the mother. Mothers are, do I say priceless jewels? Sometimes men get angry. No, you don't get angry. Because somebody was complaining, women are always talking about, people talk about Mother's Day, Mother's Day. How many Mother's Day are we celebrating? I said, you that is saying a man, how many times have you celebrated your mother? He has been celebrating the mother. He said the mother is the... I said, you know why? Like, I left my job because I wanted my children to train my children. A woman could go to that length. So the truth of the matter is that as we are seated here, we are the ones training these men, training the women. She has said it. You can't just train a girl to understand that the only thing she's good at is the kitchen. And train a man that you're supposed to be the man. Let me see if that one. You are supposed to be... I have 3 boys, but they all cook. They all cook, and you wash your clothes, you make your bed. In fact, the last one is 25. They don't live with me. But they understand that you have to give women that respect. The second one, I think, is becoming a feminist. Because if you say things about women, he will be the one to say, no, you don't treat women like that. You know, I said, make this boy no come become a woman rapper. But you have to. Let them understand that respect, everybody deserves respect. So as you're seated down here, even if you have made that mistake, you go back home and begin to, we said we relearn, we unlearn, and we keep relearning. We have made mistakes, some of us, the way we taught our daughters, the way we taught our sons. So we have to also tell our daughters that who you are is who you are. I can't be like her, she cannot be like me. And if I try to be like her, I'll have issues. If I try to speak like her, try to act like her, I will become a totally different person. Not me. That's not who I am. So I want to thank us this afternoon as we go for, I think our lunch is ready. Okay. So she said she has to say some. Okay.
She has to say something before we close.
Okay, so I just wanted to end on a final note that, again, when it comes to mentorship, access is not assent. There are boundaries. And I think that's also one thing I've learned. And I think as a young person, that's one of the most important things that we learn in the journey of mentorship, that access is currency, and you do not take it for granted. And finally, you never arrive. You keep learning. Because when you get to the stop and you think, oh, I'm here now, there is somebody who's been there before you. And there's a new legitimacy growing. Young people are no longer asking for access, they are creating it. Because when they get to the door and it's locked, they create their access. When they ask for collaboration is not given, they negotiate collaboration. So let's be ready to be open to mentor intentionally from a place of love and true sisterhood. Not that we are saying we are mentoring people and they cannot grow. You've mentored somebody for 10 years, they've never left the spot for 10 years. So mentorship should be practical. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I leave us with this quote. It said, if you're facing a setback, give yourself time. You are allowed to pause, you are allowed to feel, but you are not allowed to give up. Your journey is valid. Keep moving. Today shows that we are moving and we must move. So we want to say thank you to HBS for the opportunity to be here. On behalf of my panelists, I'm seeing her face to face today, Adora, and Mary, I'm seeing her face to face today too. And we want to say thank you for the opportunity, and may God bless us all. The women, we must move forward. Thank you.
Okay, you've done your group photo. Do we do a final 3 photo? Okay, you've done your group photo. Okay, thank you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, you can come down. A round of applause for our panelists. Awesome conversation. I can speak to Adora's work. I followed Adora's work closely. I actually forced myself into Adora's life. I don't know what happened. She's so busy, I can't find her again these days. I am like, I need this woman in my life. She has so much wisdom. She did not share her journey, and it's because of time. The kind of challenges she faced, even as a leader in Imo State, like how she navigated the men, how she navigated her relationship with the governor. A lot you can learn from her. Young ladies, collect her phone number and her email. So we're rounding up now, but before we go, we want to share reflections. If you look on your agenda, I want to share a bit about what we're going to discuss tomorrow, and our reflections for tonight. So before I go into what we're going to share tomorrow, I want to hear your reflections on the conversations from the survey presentation to the keynote address down to this panel, the conversations that have happened. Does anybody have reflections? The lady that had her hand up at the end of the last panel, she can start. Can someone please help me get a mic across to her? Thank you very much. Does anybody else have a reflection they want to share on? She's over there to my right. Please, does anybody have any? Okay, Dorothy has a hand up. Sharon has a hand up. Jackie has something to say. Jacqueline Valenga leads a STEM foundation for girls. She has something to share. She has a reflection to share. So, Dr. Sharon, Dorothy, you, I don't know your name. You will tell me your name. And Jacqueline. Thank you very much. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody else? I'm a human rights lawyer, so everybody has a right to fair hearing. Does anybody else have their hand up? Okay, she has her hand up. 6. Thank you very much. Share your reflections as succinctly as possible. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oreoluwa Adelakun. I'm a legal practitioner, but maybe I'm gearing towards being a human rights activist. I mean, we advocate when there's need for it. So I will just. Even though I joined the conversation a bit late, I would like to lend my voice to some of the issues that I've heard or speak. I want to, commend all the speakers that have spoken today. It's been very inspiring. So in my head, looking at the theme of the conference, its summary is let's foster female inclusion in leadership. And so I think we should also be looking at what are the challenges of, women in leadership, women getting into leadership position. I think, in summary, is that a lot of women are not taken seriously. People don't take women seriously. Even the best men, elite, somewhere in the subconscious, they still feel that a woman, I have control over a woman. A woman is of a lesser quality or a lesser grade of a human being to a man, even the best of men. So for us to penetrate this space, honestly, it is, like for Christians, we say the kingdom of God suffers violence, and the violence will take it by force. So there is a need for us to be strategic, intentional, and forceful. And how do we do that? First, we need to take ourselves seriously. I mean, I'm not saying this is a gender. Please. This is because, sorry, madam, but I need to, let me just, say this. Just give me 3 minutes. I'll round off.
No, I'll give you 1.5 minutes.
All right.
Because you are saying were said earlier on about intentionality and strategy. So because you didn't come earlier, you didn't hear it, but it was said. So that's why I'm saying 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So what should foster this, inclusion? First of all, value. A lot of women, there is a part in the Bible that says a beautiful face on an empty head. A lot of us, we need to also improve on the quality of value that we bring to the table, such that when it is time, you already have built a profile. And I'm going somewhere with this. At the point I became a lawyer because my father or my parents encouraged me to be one. And when I started, I wanted to be maybe not a politician. I saw some evil in the society, and I'm like, why should this be? Let's challenge the status quo. And when I attempted it, some of the questions that the panelists were asked, how did you cope? Were you sexually harassed? I won't say I was sexually harassed, but it comes. And I left my job. I was working in a very good firm in Ikoyi in Lagos to join a political, and I went to grassroots, so it's not like I was starting from the beginning, to join a friend. And when we started the journey, all the manifesto, the blueprint of how the local council is going to work, I did it. We prepared it. We sat together. He was interested in governance. And then I was happy that, this is a like mind. Until we got into it, he won the election, and then it became, that a politician can have more than one wife. And I'm like, how did we get into this conversation? His election was challenged. I'm a lawyer. Let me do the election. Let's do this petition. We went to the APC council party secretariat together. And you will not believe what happened to me. I was younger then. They said, okay, we spoke. I gave them my profile. I'm not going to work alone. I have this senior advocate. And they came. One of the officials said, okay, don't worry, barrister, take my card. Meet me at Sheraton, room 504. I said, okay. All right, sir. And then I went to another officer. Those are the people that would clear the appointment and the instruction. The same thing. Same hotel, different room numbers. And I'm like, okay, is this what this is about? And so I told myself, I literally ran away because I told myself, I'm not ready for this. When I attended all the court sessions, of course, it was a fellow woman that was given to. I'm not sure if there was a compromise or not. But what I'm saying is I gave it up. I lost a lot at that period. I lost my engagement to be married. I lost my job. And the one that I was expecting did not come. So I literally had to start from ground zero. What did I tell myself? Maybe I'm not ready in this space. I need to build more capacity as a professional. I need to build more capacity to have value. And then I will launch into the space. So what I'm saying is, as women, we have opportunity. Madam Ebere said something. She said, as a woman, what are you doing? What power are we using? We have the feminine power. I always say it. As a woman, as a professionable person, I have the feminine power. But let's utilize it as best as we can. We're able to make the change. The bill that is currently at the National Assembly, we are able to push for it. We are able to, in fact, I know INEC is currently also working on campaign on political parties, increasing women participation. So those are the conversations we should jump on and make sure that we forcefully take the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will say that statement on beautiful head with beautiful body with head, it speaks to the hypercriticality and the perfection standards we set for ourselves as women, and we have to be mindful of those. Men don't use those kind of phrases on themselves, and it's important that we're intentional about the language we use when we describe women and their competence. Who is number 2 on my... Oh, okay, thank you, Dorothy.
Yes, and when I talked, I was facing here, so now I'm facing here. So thank you, HBS. Fantastic moments of reflection that we've had. And one thing has spoken clearly here: privilege. Privilege has shown itself from the ways people have gone to school and the ways people have been exposed. Privilege has also shown itself from the things we did not know because of the places we have been exposed to. Adora had to go back home to learn about the places she wanted to help. Did she have a bad intention the first time she said she wanted to help? The answer is no. But for her to help effectively, she must make the needed connection with the people, and that's why she went back home. So wherever privilege comes from, I think we need to tell ourselves the truth about the privileges we have, whether the privileges we have extend to the gender we were born with, or the privileges we do not have. So sometimes men are very, very underprivileged. And I would say men are very underprivileged because a lot of them don't have opportunity to get toxic masculinity that is imposed on them by socialization. While people are teaching other people how to be proper, decent human beings, they're teaching them how to play. You know, and there's also the negative part of it. We learned about building social capital. And so girls are building social capital with the pots and the brooms in the kitchen, while the boys are building social capital or developing their social capital building skills with other human beings. That's one thing. And so another thing that struck me was the need to cascade everything we're saying here down to native languages for it to be most effective where we are. HBS supported DNF to do the Leadership as a Supposed Be documentary. And in speaking Pidgin English, many people better understood that we are all speaking the same language. It's just that we are telling you that the issues, however, the way they affect men is different from how they affect women. And for you to be an effective leader, you must be able to capture everything. When you spoke, we're engaging leaders of faith and culture. And so I'm happy to share resources with you. When we say we are doing non-confrontational engagements with leaders of faith and culture, there are difficult times it feels as if our heads were put on a slab and people are holding multiple knives towards us. So we're happy to share how we've been able to navigate those experiences. And there's a wide range of materials that are available. I'm sure through the HBS websites and then DNF platforms, the compendium of sector-specific solutions on inclusive have itemized them, and then Shema's presentation gave a whole lot more perspective to all these things. So we're happy to share. There's a lot of resources that needs to be shared here, and please don't shy away from knowing. Build your capacity. There's a lot of answers to a lot of questions you're asking right here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you. Number 3, okay, Dr. Sharon.
Thank you very much. For me, I have 2 major reflections. The first one is that power is transient. The main that you will come to the office and at a point you will be out of the office. Whatever you can do while you are on that seat, recognize that that space is a space of power, and please go ahead and do it. I'm saying this because of something that happened to me yesterday. I looked back 10 years ago. I was acting head of department somewhere, and I had a chance to bring a particular child on board to get a scholarship on my salary. And she got that scholarship. She studied law, and yesterday she was at the law school. She was called to bar. And it just dawned on me that what if I didn't use that power at that point in time? I'm no longer head of department. I'm not even in that university anymore. But whatever it is, committees that we get into, units and things that they get us to do, remember it's a space of power. Use it. That's what I've learned from today. The second one is about mentorship. And we all sounded like, oh, young people, they're unruly, they're this, they're that. I have a number of mentees. that I work with. But I also have one mentor who is American, and she lives in Nigeria. And I want to point our attention to how informal sectors or informal conversations can also be spaces of mentorship. This, my mentor, one day called me and said, Sharon, can you scrub my hair for me? Can you wash my hair for me? I'm not a hairdresser. She herself is a professor. And now she's saying, Sharon, can you wash my hair for me? So I went there. I washed her hair. And as I was scrubbing, combing the hair, there were conversations that we were having that she would never get to that point to talk to me about. Personal things, family things that really helped me to navigate my career. So please, carrying a bag, it doesn't stick on you. There may be something that person wants you to learn from carrying that bag. There may be something they want to slip into your hands while carrying that bag. So let's not despise the informal, things that come along with mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon. I think, I can't remember 3 and 4. So I'll just go to this table. There's 3 and 4 on this table. 4 and 5 rather. Or 3 and 4. Figure it out on this table. Then the last intervention is how we're in black.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes. My name is Princess Nikki Onyeri. I'm a gender advocate. I'm a cancer advocate because more than 30 years ago, I was diagnosed of breast cancer, given 6 months to live. On going to UK, they found I didn't have breast cancer. So what happened? It means that there's something God still wants me to do here. And I've turned that experience by traveling around the world to raise cancer awareness. But also because I'm a woman, I took up also gender advocacy. On Saturday, we launched the 2nd volume of From Brings to Mainstream, celebrating women inclusiveness in Nigeria. So that's document. It's there. I wrote the first one, and the second one has been written. We will also make it available to you. Let me start by saying thank you. Thank you for convening this at this time. Yes, HBS. Thank you. I came here on the invitation, not from you directly, but from Ebere Agozi, who is my good friend and my sister. She told me, she said, you need to come, I'm doing this. Of course, I can't say no to her, because they are sisters that you are not from the same parents, but they are more than. She is that. And so I'm very, very excited with what happened today. And I'm wondering, I said, oh my God, why did we not escalate this? That this is the time of the special seats. We are having problem with it. Can you believe we were saying 1 seat for a woman, House of Rep, Senate, per state. Now it's what will be voted for. I got that information, and it's been, I got it before because I was amongst the people who've been agitating. I've run for election, House of Rep, for 3 times. Failed. But 2027, anyhow they want it, will be there. You understand? Now, you know why? We have some experience. We have learned the game. The night meetings that they call as a woman to disenfranchise you, I'm ready. I will wear my knicker and pants and go there. If they break bottle, you break your own. So what I'm trying to say is that thank you for this. I want to see whether there's a way. We cannot replicate this because of the time and the funding. Is there any way you can make this on social media, some of the points to go viral, decisions that are taken here? And also, if this can be put on YouTube for also more people to get engaged in this discussion. We need the outcome to be passed to the National Assembly. I promise you, I'll be one of the people to take that up. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. I'll speak to some of the questions you asked.
Thank you, Shema. My name is Jacqueline.
So I run a foundation and we do STEM education for girls in underserved communities. So I think for me, I mean, I'm not going to try and repeat what everybody else said, but a lot of it was, I think access is one of the key takeaways and reflections that I had. And how do we get, and I think sometimes we get into a lot of these rooms and everybody is doing amazing work all the time, but I think we don't know how to collaborate and really put everything together so that we amplify all the work that every single foundation or activist or, feminist is doing, and then just making sure that we're actually taking steps forward so that I think on our table we're talking about we don't want to come 5 years later and the number has barely crossed 50%, right? And second, I think a lot around, I think both panels spoke about being part of the table, right? Being able to influence policy. So for me, from a tech perspective, there was talk about cyber bullying and all of those things, but how many women in tech actually are at the table of policy, right? So that was a huge takeaway in terms of how do we actually get there. And I'm big on saying I'm a woman of tech with technical expertise, not a woman in tech that was placed as an admin role, right? Because a lot of it, I think it gets watered down. So you find all this fintech boom. Oh my God, there's a huge boom in the tech ecosystem in Nigeria. But if you really look at how many women get to leadership positions within those organizations, a lot of them are, not to say it's not a big role to play, but people said, they take administrative roles. So how do we also advocate for those kind of people? Because for me, I have almost 17,000 girls that are tech professionals, but how do I get them, how do I move them across? I'm happy that somebody from the government is here because I had an issue, I think, was it last year, the delegation that went to Dubai. There was not a single woman there. And there are amazing engineers. I was like, why wasn't there? Why didn't somebody spotlight and say, half this delegation should have been women? Because they're amazing robotics engineers, they're amazing software engineers, they're amazing women doing amazing work in this country. And but they were not on the front line. There's even the 3MTT, the advisory. So anyway, I think that was really big in terms of how do we bring more women collectively. And I think lastly, what I loved about, Erelu said mindset, right? And I could actually see it in the way she speaks, because when she was talking about roles, she did not say female pilot. That was a moment of pride of a woman that actually lives it. Because people say female engineer, female pilot, but how is the role just not your technical expertise as opposed to it being a gender? So yes,
well said.
I think I just finished.
Thank you very much. And there's now a relationship between women in leadership and kind of sexual violence and bullying they experience in the workplace. So you find that women in tech are not expressing themselves well enough, and tech is not women friendly because it's men that think through the ideas and men that think through the algorithms. Thank you everyone for your interventions. Lovely, lovely conversation today. I want to ask us, did we find today's conversation valuable? Did we see value in the conversations today? And many of us, can I get an applause if you saw value in today's conversations? Thank you, HBS. Thank you, HBS. So before we round up, are we getting lunch tickets? I want to give feedback for tomorrow. So we get lunch tickets. There's lunch prepared. Please eat lunch, especially those of us who are orgas and you are running out. HBS can't eat the food for everyone. Please eat lunch. Please eat lunch. I also want to remind us that tomorrow we are having it's going to be a packed session. We have another intragenerational panel. This time it's with young people. Nefisa, Priye, Emitomo. They are all going to be in the room sharing with us their own perspective. We're also going to have an intergenerational panel with a male ally in there. So it's going to be the emerging leaders, established leaders, and a male ally. We're also going to have speed dating. Realities and reflection style. So what we're doing with our speed dating is we want everybody to get to know each other quickly. So on the table, you get to know yourselves. Do you want to mentor? Do you want to get mentored? What is your work? Can I get something of value from you? That's what's happening. And we are collating our demands. So like I said, we haven't finished the survey because we need inputs from you. We need input for you per policy recommendations. We don't want to say things that have been said before. So we want to know, what are your thoughts, what are our demands, what do we need to fit into our policy reports that we're going to be presenting to government officials as we go forward. Finally, the final thing is we're also going to develop a communique, and we're having an interactive session on the survey and the report. Finally, thank you all. There's also going to be a fact sheet to our question. The question that she asked. HBS is developing a fact sheet which will be put online. This information was live streamed online. It was meant to be live streamed on YouTube. So all this information is online. It's going to be as accessible as possible. So a round of applause for yourselves for being an awesome audience today. We look forward to receiving you tomorrow. Thank you, HBS, for hosting us. Enjoy your lunch. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.